Hello and welcome to this, our 234th live stream. The Nephilim are coming for you. That's if you believe they're still around. We want to thank you for joining us tonight on this live stream of Ancient Egypt and the Bible, where we take your questions on the Ancient Near East and the Bible. And we're going to start the stream tonight with a bit of channel business. First of all, we want to, again, remind you of our book, All the Stars as Angels. We ask that if you have read the first book, please consider buying the second. You'll really enjoy this book, and you'll find it a lot of fun, and with a little bit of archaeological twist in there still, nonetheless. So, and if you like that book, please leave a review. Second thing is that we are getting close to the closing date for sign up for our D&D game. This is our once a year big D&D game at ETS, and it will be on November 21st at 8 p.m. Boston, or I think it's 8 p.m. Boston time. Let me double check that. What do I have that scheduled for? Of course, I should have had that prepared ahead of time. Deadlines. Uh, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So November 21st, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be part of our normal live stream. So if you want to join that game, you have to come onto our Discord server and leave a character sheet on our D&D channel by the 13th of November. Okay? So if you want to play, we still got a couple open slots. We would love to have you. And it's a really fun time. So again, if you want to join, got to come onto the Discord and sign up and leave a character sheet for us to review. All right? Next thing is that on Saturday, November 15th, I will be a guest at Connections, which is a Vancouver area science fiction convention that's located in Burnaby. So if you're going to happen to be there that day and you see me in the hallway, come and say hi. I'd love to meet you. And then finally, we want to again remind people of our Ancient Egypt and the Bible fan fiction writing contest. And we will run the video here for you to see. Okay, so that takes care of our channel business for the night. Again, we had 4 items. This, please buy the second book. Our D&D game on that's character sheets are due on the 13th. My appearance at the science fiction convention in Burnaby on November 15th, and the Ancient Egypt and the Bible fan fiction writing contest. Okay, so we hope you can. Thank you, DWC. It's in Burnaby. It's in Burnaby. Uh, it's it's spelt Burnaby. Hopefully I could see that. Oops, not Butnaby. Dang, StreamYard covers up the text window. Burnaby. Okay. And it's on the campus of BCIT. And I'll actually just put a link to that science fiction convention. It is a woke kind of science fiction convention, so you got to be aware of that if you're going to show up there. Okay, so this is our outreach to the secular community. So do keep that in mind. And yes, and that is in the Vancouver area. Okay. Let's get into the channel rules, and then we can get on to the questions. And the channel rules, there they are. I've gone missing again. So I'll have to remember these off of heart again, because I keep cleaning up my desk here and losing more things, because that seems to be the other way it always works. Clean my desk and lose everything. So, channel rules. Super chats have priorities. No surprise there. We take non-super chat questions. If you post a non-super chat question, you have to put a Q and a colon. If there's no Q and colon, we don't see it, might as well not exist. Only post your non-super chat question once. Question spamming is frowned upon, and we'll basically disqualify your question for the night. We do allow sponsored questions. We ask that if you sponsor a question using a super chat, that you copy the question in your super chat, so we know exactly, we don't have to hunt for it. If it's something from the Bible, we need some context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter and what verse. This also helps us just to answer the question faster. And then finally, no question stacking. So only one question per chat. Multiple questions, we'll just pick one and, we'll just answer that. All right? Just because it's just impractical to answer 10 questions squeezed into a single super chat. Okay? So, hope that helps. And we'll get on to the questions now. Okay. Off the banner. Okay, the first question of the night is from Golden Win. Is Jesus or Mary the Ark of the Covenant in terms of typology? Now, this is something you hear a lot. You hear a lot of, say, Catholic apologetics talk about the Ark of the Covenant as typological for Mary. This is very, very common in Marian apologetics. But there's a real large problem with it. And the idea is this, that Jesus, just like the Holy Spirit was held inside the Ark of the Covenant, Mary held the Theotoko, the God-man inside of her, and she's the outer vessel, just as the Ark was the outer vessel for God. Therefore, the Ark of the Covenant is typological for Mary. There's a huge problem with this. The problem is that the essence of the Shekinah glory, which is the Holy Spirit, wasn't inside the ark. It was on top of the ark. It was between the wings of the cherubim. It wasn't actually in the box itself. The box itself actually had only had the law. So yeah, the God never. That's right, Tyru. It's interesting. I've heard this exact same thing recently from Catholics. As far as I understand, God never dwelt inside the ark. Yeah, God never dwelt inside the ark. God dwelt on top of the ark. It was a throne, not a vessel. It was a throne of holy essence, not a vessel of holy essence. Yeah. So that God would meet mankind from between the wings of the cherubim on top of the lid of the ark. So this is something that's really, I really wish Catholics would stop using this apologetic, because it doesn't work. If they want to use an apologetic, there's lots of typological things that they could resort to, but this one doesn't work. And problem is, most Marian typologies don't work when you sort of boil them down. When you get down to the details, this is where they fail. They look good cosmetically. This is the one thing about these Marian typologies. They look good on the surface. But when you start examining the details, they break down very, very quickly. Tyro also asks, didn't it also have the staff of Aaron? No, it didn't. Now, here's the thing. There does seem to have been another vessel that accompanied the Ark of the Covenant, which did contain things like the staff of Aaron, the jar of manna, but the Ark itself does not seem to have contained those items. The only thing that was ever put inside the ark appears to be the tablets of the Sinai covenant, the tablets of the law. That seems to be it. Everything else, from what I can ascertain, was placed before the ark. So this seems to be a small reliquary that held other secondary items that seems to have been placed in front of the ark, but not inside of the ark. So that's fine. I don't want to check the ark. I don't want to touch the ark. I know what happens when someone does that. Okay. Let's talk about that too, because the Uzzah thing is really interesting. The Uzzah, where he gets fried. Okay. Remarkably, almost everyone who ever touched the ark survived. Okay. Only Uzzah got fried. Now, what happened was, when after the ark returned from Beit Shemesh, when it was lost to the Philistines, it sat in the house of a Hittite, and it was basically left alone and just sort of left there to do its thing. And King David comes back, and he wants to return the ark to Jerusalem. Okay. So he gets his nephews to do it, and they put it on an ox cart. Now that's double offense. The problem is Uzzah was a nephew of David, a Judahite, and that was the problem. You had put the ark on of the covenant on an ox cart, which is forbidden, and then Uzzah, a Judahite, touches it. The double offense, and that's why summary judgment happened there. It's that not that the ark had that power of it all of its own. Like, for example, when it was captured by the Philistines. Oh, the Philistines are popping the lid off. They're looking inside. They're touching it all over with their grubby hands. They want to know what they just captured. They can't figure out what the big deal is here. Okay, because there's no idol. There's no idol with the ark. So they're touching it all over the place, and what they get is, well, hemorrhoids. And that's as much detail as we'll go into. Okay. Now that same ark, they're deeply afflicted by this, and they say, okay, we've done wrong here. So they put a little box. They get a couple of milk cows that have never pulled a load. And that's real super important. Never pulled a load, so they're ritually pure. They put the ark on a cart. They don't know better, but they know enough to use a ritually pure set of pulling animals. And then they create these gold mimics of the tumors and some mice. Okay? And they just let the ark run away wherever the cows will take him. And this ends up at Beit Shemesh. Okay? Now, Beit Shemesh is supposed to be full of a lot of observant Jews, observant Israelites. They pop it open and they're struck blind. They're not killed, but they're struck blind. So they get the worst end of this. Even though the the Philistines did exactly the same thing. So there's DWC. Yeah, a Judahite ain't a Levite. Only the Levites were to handle the Ark of the Covenant, and in a certain member. Yeah, exactly. And not all Levites. Only some Levites were. Only one of the clans. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so this was by having David's son struck dead, God was sending a message to David that, hey, you know what? You can't replace my chosen tribe here with, with your nephews, your nepotism. So yeah, that's really sort of what's going on with that whole Ark of the Covenant thing. Okay, let's move on to the next question here. I think we're actually on to the super chats. We got a bunch of questions from Harry Stark, but a lot. Hey, Harry. A lot of those are just outside of my expertise. To be very honest, I'm not really a historian of current events, so asking me about what happened after the Bolshevik Revolution, I'm not going to be able to answer that. Really, that's not my area of interest. But so let's get into the super chats. First super chat is from Louis Sandoval for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is the context of 1 Corinthians 14, 34 to 35 on women? Okay, let's pull that up and find out. Okay. 1 Corinthians. Probably the head veil portion. $34 to $14. Oh, okay, this is the silence thing. Okay. And the text says, "Let women keep silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but let them subject themselves just as the law says. And if they desire to learn anything, let them ask of their husbands at home, for it is improper for a woman to speak in church." Okay, now let's dispel a couple things here. This is not that she has to remain utterly silent in church. If a woman never spoke in church, they would never keep their kids in control. Okay. Okay, let's be real honest about that. This is not about women talking in church. This is not that. Okay. This is women preaching, interrupting the order's service to preach. That's what this is. Okay? So, and that is because the early church was well founded on, say, a principle of order. And you do see this in some other places too, in the New Testament, where order is highly valued in the early church. And a lot of this is because there's home churches. Okay? They're small. They don't want to draw attention to themselves. Okay? So you might have a centurion as a neighbor, or some rabid Diana worshiper as a neighbor. So a lot of these home churches were doing it on the down low and trying to keep things quiet, as it were. So the idea of these, say, boisterous Pentecostal outbursts were not seen as a good thing back then. Okay? So so the early church highly prized orderly conduct in worship. So the last thing you want is people speaking out of turn. And this as much applied to men as it did to women. Okay? So men speaking out of turn when it was time for the elders to speak was seen as just as bad a thing as when women spoke out of turn. And pretty much for the same reasons. Okay? So basically, there was an order to which these worship services took place. And that's just, again, a lot of that was just practical concerns. And here, it was just sort of deemed that you just don't want people just speaking outside of that order because of the problems it could cause. So that's why it was improper. Okay? And it's not that, again, it's not that they couldn't talk at all. It's that they were to not interrupt, not create a ruckus with their own preaching. Which, again, you see this again throughout the New Testament, that order was highly prized in worship services. So that's sort of what's going on here. Little anagram. So no nutcases speaking in tongues, laugh out loud. Well, there was some speaking in tongues, but even that's the prime example here, where if someone speaks in tongues, only 2 or 3, and only with an interpreter. That's the classic example. That's the classic case that said even men have to obey this order of worship. So, absolutely, the speaking in tongues is the classic case of this. So yeah, so that's what's going on here. It's not a prohibition against women talking. It's a prohibition against women interrupting. That's what it is. And even in the case of men, there's some strict rules to what men could, when they could interrupt as well. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here from Lou Sandoval for $1.99. What does "we'll judge the angels" mean in 1 Corinthians 6:3? Okay. 1 Corinthians 6. Now, this is talking about resolving legal cases within the body of Christ. Okay, so if somebody takes you to court who's from your same church, it's, why aren't you resolving this on your own? Why do you need to get a pagan judge involved? We'll take this from verse 1. Does any one of you, when he has a case against his neighbor, dare go to the law before the unrighteousness and not before the saints? Or do you not know that the saints will judge the world? And if the world is judged by you, are you not competent to arbitrate, or here it says constitute, the smallest law courts? Do you not know that we shall judge angels? How much more matters of this life? Okay, and what's at stake here is we shall judge angels. Now, there's two sort of views on this. There's probably a lot more than that, but just off the top of the head, I know of two particular interpretations of this. One is the idea that we would be judging fallen angels. And that's one particular view of this. The other view of this, and actually when I think about this, there's now a third view of this. The term angel doesn't necessarily mean an evil angel. But some angels may be judged according to how well they kept order within the church. Because it was believed in the early church that angels were co-worshippers in our worship services. So that the idea here is that these angels were alongside us, keeping order, we were back to that order thing again. It's amazing how your two questions are actually kind of related here. It was believed that angels kept order, and that the idea is that how well those angels kept order will be given rewards. So you're not, in this case, you're not judging necessarily to condemn these angels, but to give them rewards based upon how well they did. Because angels aren't perfect. No, they aren't perfect. You know, they're not the holy angels are always, say, saved as such. They're never lost. But some may be more competent than others. Frankly, there is such thing as incompetent angels. I know that sounds kind of hard belief to some of you, but not all angels are smart. Some are. The smartest angels are smarter than the smartest humans. But not all of them. Okay? So, angels will also get rewards, according to how well they conduct their tasks. And those who have been sent to help us worship, if they sort of let us get out of hand on this, they might lose out on rewards too. So there is that view that we'll judge angels means that we'll be dispensing rewards to angels that are, say, more fit than others. There's a third view here, as it was held by some of the early church fathers too, that angels here meant bishops. That was a fairly popular view. I think Augustine held this view, that the angels here were bishops, and essentially were these good shepherds. So in this case, it's you as a congregation will be judging bishops as to how they did. Okay? Were they good teachers? Were they bad teachers? Were they corrupt teachers? Were they pious teachers? So those are essentially, I believe, the three views of this. That one, the first one is you're judging demons and consigning them to hell. I don't think that's that in my view is probably the least likely scenario here, because that kind of judging is left to God. That kind of judging is left to God. So once God judges there, what's left for us to judge? Whereas, say, a second view, which is judging angels that help with the order of good angels that are helping with the order of service and or keeping order in the church, are judged according to how good a job they do, and so that could be still within the purview of the church. And then the idea, this third view is that these particular angels are actually bishops, and that the congregation as a whole is judging the messengers. In this case, we shall judge messengers, and the idea here is that angelos is messenger, meaning bishop or presbyter, and judging them based upon how good they were in their role as a bishop or a presbyter. Were they a good shepherd to their flocks? So those are sort of the three views on this. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one. Take a couple of ATs here. And I think that's probably alrighty. Why? Okay. 1 Samuel 6:5. What were these tumors? We were just talking about those. Okay, these are the Philistines. 1 Samuel 5. Let's see, is it 5:6? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and this is when how do we say this? The Philistines had secured their hands on the Ark of the Covenant after Saul and his sons fell, and they took it back to the Temple of Dagon. And of course, they're lifting off the lid. They're flipping it around. They're having all sorts of fun with it. And then, verse 6. Now the hand of the Lord was heavy on the Ashdodites. Ashdodites, people of Ashdod, they were Philistines. And he ravaged them and smote them with tumors, both Ashdod and its territories. Now, some texts, some translations, translate these as hemorrhoids. We are not sure exactly what they are. They're tumors of some kind. And they're tumors of a particular shape, which was kind of a lumpy thing. So, large enough to cause them trouble. A lot of trouble. So, that's what they were. They were a kind of cancer or growth as such. So, apparently painful and annoying. Yeah, as my producer says, it got the message across. Yeah. So, but we're not exactly sure what sort of things they were. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one from AT here. From 1 Samuel 6:7. What is the significance of never having a yoke? 6. Verse 7. Now, therefore, take and prepare a new cart and 2 milk cows. These are cows that are normally used to milk. So these aren't oxen. On which there was never been a yoke, and hitch the cow to the cart and take the calves home away from them. All right, here's the deal. The reason why it's important for them to never have had a yoke was not so much that they couldn't have ever pulled a plow, even though that would have. If it had a yoke, there's a chance that it could have held a wagon. And the problem is, dead people were carried away on wagons. Okay. This is how sort of funerary rituals were done in the ancient Near East. You basically put an ox, you yoked up an ox, and hitched a wagon to him, and then you put a dead body in the wagon. So this is the problem with this is why when the Levites received when the Israelites were wandering in the wilderness, and the people of Israel gave the Levites oxen. This is a big problem. It's a big problem. Because it was questionable, what do we do with these oxen? Because if they had pulled a body, they're now ritually impure. Or they had the temple, the tabernacle, could not accept the oxen because of their potential for being ritually impure. So, what you do is they gave the oxen to the Levites, who could eat them or use them as farm animals, potentially in the future. But they couldn't bring them into the tabernacle. So they could not be part of the tabernacle ritual because of their potential for impurity, but at the same time, they didn't know if they were impure or not. So they could use them for food, they could use them for pulling things, but the one thing they couldn't do is bring them in to help move the tabernacle. So they couldn't be used for tabernacle service because you just didn't know if they were ritually impure. So the significance of never having a yoke is, these milk cows never pulled a body, essentially. So the beasts themselves are ritually still clean. So this is to prevent further offense. So and it says here, and prepare a new cart. That's also an important detail here. So there's a new cart. So they have to build a cart from scratch and put it on 2 cows that have never been had a yoke. So all of this is to avoid ritual impurity caused by pulling a dead body. That's what's going on there. Mm-hmm. Darkblade goes, if the profaneness is transferable, but sanctity is not, holiness is not, as you said in previous piece of media, would the later ox cart have defiled the ark? It wouldn't have defiled the ark. But what it would have done is it would have invoked God's wrath. Okay. So, the ark itself would not have been defiled. The ark's made of ritually pure materials. It's one of those things that you really can't defile, but you can offend with it. Okay? So, in the case of, say, a normal human being, okay, let's just say I I touch a dead body, okay, and then I touch my neighbor, and now that my neighbor, who can be in a state of defilement or holiness and cleanness, is now defiled. But if I touch something that's inherently holy, like the ark, I don't defile the ark, but I offend the deity who's basically sanctified it. Okay? So it can't overcome the holiness of the ark. But what I can do is get that deity really, really angry at me by touching the ark. That I can do. So that's what's happening. That's what can happen there. So by later on placing it on the ark, the ark onto an ox cart, they're not defiling the ark, but they are sure making the god angry. Because who knows where that ox cart has been? Uzzah's ox cart could have come from anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. So it's not going to defile the ark, but it is going to make God really angry. So, and that's bad enough. Okay. Okay. All right. So, thank you very much for that follow-up question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Next question here is from 1 Samuel 6:12. A city dedicated to the god Shemesh. Yes, 6:12. Let's the text says, and thank you AT Ministries for that super chat. And the cows took the straight way in the direction of Beit Shemesh. They went along the highway, lowing as they went, and did not turn aside to right or left. And the lords of the Philistines followed them to the border of Beit Shemesh. Yes. Now, Beit Shemesh means house of Shemesh. The god here being referred to is Shemesh. It is a pagan name. Shemesh is the Mesopotamian sun god. Samson is named after Shemesh. Samson means little Shemesh. A lot of those sort of northern Israelites had interactions with this deity Shemesh. So you do find Shemesh being in a lot of places where it shouldn't be. Okay. So yes, this is a city that's named after the god Shemesh, which is, as I said, a Mesopotamian deity. So, oh yeah, it's also a Semitic word for sun too. That's true, but it's more that it's named the other way around. Okay, so Shemesh is the word for sun, but it's called the Shemesh because the sun's named after the deity, not so much because it's just the sun. Okay? So, this is why, for example, you find in, say, the creation narrative, glad I'm here just in time for a little bit of Samson bashing. Yeah, it's not just the sun. Merv Monson, isn't it the house of the sun? It is, but it's also the house of the sun god. The earliest references we have to Shemesh are as a deity. Plain and simple. Even before the sun's called Shemesh, it was considered to be a deity. So, it would be very much like, for example, like if you called something House of Ray, Well, yes, Re can mean the sun, but it was the sun god Re first. Back when things were getting when these cultures sort of grew out of animism. Okay, so it was known as the sun god Shemesh long before it was had that sort of secular verse usage as the sun. So that's just one of the sort of the historical developments of language that we sort of can't get around. That sometimes some of our secular words have a religious origin. Like Thursday, Thursday, March, Mars, and so on. No, you're not. You're not praising the god Thor by talking about Thursday, okay? And that doesn't mean you should stop using Thursday because it comes from Norse mythology. Mm-hmm. Wednesday, Odin's Day. Yep. Yeah, you get the idea here. You guys get the idea. But that's you know this is why I kind of bristle when people go, "Oh, you can't have any association with that. It's got pagan origins." Well, a lot of things have pagan origins. We just sort of assume that we're not using it like that today. Same thing with Beit Shemesh. Yes, uh, in the past, Shemesh was the name of a pagan deity, but it later on took more secular connotations as being the sun. No pants for you. Hey, pants are pagan. No pants for you. Pagan oranges. Oh boy. Soap pagan. Tyro says, voice to text failed me on that last one. Okay. Soap is definitely pagan. Bomb Papa's basement. I'm starting to call Thursday Ragnarok. Oh, yeah. Hey, hon, can I ask a favor? Can you crack the door open a bit? It is so hot in here. Water pagan. Sunshine pagan. Andrew, soap makes you ritually unclean. Yeah, I'm adding the ritual there because it's pagan. Makes you unclean. Makes you unclean. Okay. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one here. That was fun. Okay, next one here is from these ones here. Travis Garrett for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can you explain the elements of the Seder meal at the time of Christ and what specifically he ate with his disciples before the betrayal? It's Seder has changed over time. We do know that already in the first century, the the 4 cups were already established. I can't remember the name of all 4 cups now, but there was an introductory cup, a cup of plagues, um, a Elijah cup, and a cup of thanksgiving. Okay, so already by the time of Christ, the Elijah cup, which was the last cup to be instituted in the Passover Seder, was already instituted at that time. The unleavened bread was closer to, say, modern pita bread than it is than by what we call matzah. Matzah is actually fairly late in development, and matzah came about with industrialization of unleavened bread. So it's only so the whole idea of perforations in the unleavened bread, that's a late development of industrialization. So they didn't have matzah; they had something more like pita or tortillas, because tortillas are the other unleavened bread. They would have eaten lamb. Okay, lamb they would have had. Because lamb was the meat of the Passover before the destruction of the temple. It's only after the destruction of the temple with rabbinic Judaism that Jews stopped eating lamb at Passover. Also, you still had, say, the comets, which is the bitter herbs, which is typically grated horseradish, and they had horseradish back then. So horseradish would have been a thing back then. They would have substituted a variety of green herbs for the other things. The green herbs always were sort of a mix of things, and the sweetness would have been honey mixed with some sort of fruit. They wouldn't have used the apple like they use today, because apple wasn't the domesticated apple wasn't a thing back then. But it would have been some sort of other, probably drupe type fruit. So that would have been pretty much the elements of most of that. They would have still had, say, chicken eggs, roasted chicken eggs. That was still a thing. Probably what they would have used for, say, for the sweet thing of this is they probably had a mix of almonds, figs, and honey. That would have been today. What we use is for the Seder is apples, walnuts, honey, and wine, kosher wine. But back then, they probably would have used figs, honey, almonds, and maybe some wine in that. So that was probably their mix of these things back then. So a lot of these things did change with just availability. Some of the ingredients that are used in the Seder today is because they're more available. Some are done because of ritual changes, such as the destruction of the temple, preventing people from taking the Passover lamb up to the temple to be slaughtered. I guess slayed, technically. And they would have had, say, they didn't have an industrialized process for making bread, so there was no matzah at that time. Oh yeah, totally. They wouldn't have had latkes. Original setters probably didn't have latkes, but the recreation at my church did. I consider it a positive. Well, the whole idea of the hamantashen. The hamantashen. The idea of basically, the Hamantashen are these mincemeat-filled pastries that were used to celebrate the fall of the execution of Haman under the Persian Emperor Ahasuerus. Well, those are not exactly um, historical either. Okay, there wasn't any mincemeat back in the Persian period, so so Timiar asks, does the word comets leaven refer to its acidity or its rising activity? Is baking soda non-acidic considered Hamat's leaven? It's usually based upon... Okay, it depends in what place you're talking about comets. It can have sort of two... There's almost two sort of distinctions here. The distinction of comets in food being Passover worthy versus comets in other respects. Okay. So, comets in food generally refers to either yeast or leavening. Okay. So either one of these, like for example, if you made unleavened bread for Passover, you couldn't put baking soda in it because that is actually a kind of leaven, but even though it's not yeast. Okay, so you are supposed to suffer a bit from the bread. That's part of the point. It's not supposed to rise. So, no. So, but at the same time too, people at Passover in the old days, not today, back in Christ's time, there was yeast in the wine. And that was just sort of accepted, but they didn't know that was yeast. Now that we know, we now have kosher wines where the fermentation process is intentionally stopped through chemical means or through heating. More typically through boiling, raising the temperature of the wine to a point where it kills off all the yeast. Okay? So, so when we talk about comets, we have to be very, very, like, for example, you're supposed to clean your kitchens prior to Passover of all yeast, all mold, all that stuff. That's comets as well. And yeast is a kind of mold, so that makes sense. So you got to get rid of all your bread that has leavening in it. Okay? And clean up all the sort of the area around it that could have been contaminated by the yeast. Now, if you spilt some baking soda, you're actually not compelled to clean that up for your Passover cleaning, even though it is comets for Passover ceremony's sake, but not comets or yeast in the normal sense. So there's nuance to these things. A lot of nuance to these things. Mama says, isn't it supposed to be symbolic that they had to cook things in haste? Yeah, it is. And that there's no time to bake for bread to rise. Exactly, yeah. You're sort of just mixing the flour, slopping it on a stove or an oven, and cooking it and eating it right then and there. So, I'm putting it in your tortilla press. Definitely get the stainless steel tortilla press. Never get an aluminum one. Those things are dangerous. Okay. Okay, so let's move on here. Yes, Tim Yaros asks, So baking soda is chametz for food, but not for cleaning. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You can clean with baking soda, no problem. But it's chametz for food. In as far as the Passover ritual is concerned, for the 7 days of the Passover feast, it's that's the only time baking soda is considered to be chametz for food. Dossman, aluminum is yummy. It's not so much the aluminum is gets into the food. It's the fact that if you've got a tortilla press, you're putting so much pressure on it, the handle will snap, and you risk cutting yourself really bad when that handle snaps. I don't know why they keep making aluminum tortilla presses. They're dangerous. Yeah, blood in your unleavened bread is also not kosher. Just saying. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Next one here is from Travis Garrett for $5. Thank you very much. Super chat. Can you describe the wine the first century Jews, Christians would have drunk, and what modern wine most closely resembles it? Okay. Most wine from the first century. How do I say this? It's plunk. Wasn't very good. Okay. Most of the wine in the first century was the result of wild yeasts. Now, when they pressed the grapes, the yeast, they didn't introduce their own yeast. Okay, they didn't introduce their own yeast. It was the yeast that came off the skins of the grapes. Because grapes have natural yeast that infect the skins. Okay? And most fruits do. Most fruits are like this. Most fruits have natural yeast of some kind when they're pressed. Now, in some cases, here's the thing. With wild yeast, it's always a hit or miss proposition. Sometimes you get very good wine out of it. Sometimes you get horrible wine out of it. So, there was it wasn't a process they could really control all that well. So what they would do is they would do a primary fermentation. So they would do the wine press, and they would store the wine in these clay jars that had these corks on it that were covered in cloth so that they could ferment and exhale. Okay. Once the wine fermented to dryness, then it could be stored in wineskins or left in those jars. I will leave that one unsaid. So, let's see it. Dark Blade. Most fruits also have natural sugar. Does that mean most fruits could theoretically be turned into alcohol? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Blackberries, raspberries, strawberries, plums, cherries. Cherry wine's awesome. It's awesome. It just tastes so good. Peach wine. You can make wine out of peaches, apricots. I've even heard of people make even some fruits that are generally resistant to alcoholic fermentation, like citrus, will turn into alcohol under the right conditions, and so too will pineapple. So absolutely, it's just one of those things where In theory, almost any fruit can turn into it. All fruit has some yeast in it, or it'll pick up yeast from the air if it doesn't have the right, um, say, air trap. Uh, Basically, the difference, what goes on here is all fruits will first turn into what's called cider. Okay, so some fruits will turn into wine super fast. Grapes are the ideal example of this. Grapes will turn into wine like in 3 days, no problem. You probably have a few more days on, say, blackberries and blueberries, etc. But they typically, the way a a wine will first turn into a cider, and then it will, as the alcohol all gets ferment, or the sugar all gets fermented out, it will then turn into what's called wine. Okay, so Mama says Dowager Lady Ursula's gooseberry wine. Yeah, well, what else would you use gooseberries for? You can only use gooseberries for wine and jam. They're nasty otherwise. Vanilla all fruit wine. Ugh. John Fabeck, my great grandfather actually used to make dandelion wine. Oh yeah, people still do. Yeah, that's very popular. Many people still do dandelion wine. Rose hip wine. People still make wine out of rose hips. There's a lot of elderberry wine is still a thing if you can get enough elderberries. That's the difficult part with elderberries, is getting enough elderberries. Um, but all sorts of berries you can use for wine. Blackberries, yeah, all that stuff. Okay, next one here. Oh, let's finish up the question too. Can you describe the first wine of first century? Yeah, it's terrible. Would have drunk, and what modern wine most closely resembles it? Kelowna Royal Red. Oh. Oh. All right, next one here. Box wine. Yeah, that's about as close to it. Mama says our local farm source makes elderberry cordial and jelly. Bit pricey but lovely. Yeah, it is pricey, and that's because elderberry trees don't produce a lot of fruit. It's very hard to get. I've tried. I've had fresh elderberries once. That's because I was walking home from I forget, the community center, I think, and a neighbor's place had an elderberry tree, and I just took a little snippet of one, and it was just like, oh my gosh, they're tasty. They're absolutely tasty. The thing with elderberries too is you have to pick them just ripe. Okay, if they're not ripe, they're toxic. So you have to be careful with elderberries. But yeah. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Um, Mama says we have elderberry bushes. The British ones are trees. They're not bushes. They're quite literally trees. So when a um oh, what's it called? When the British talk about elderberry berries, they mean the tree variety. So so I haven't seen the bushes, uh but I have encountered the trees. Yeah. Yeah, so but I've seen the trees. They're Liverpool had a number of them in the area. So okay. But yeah, there's a bunch of little strange fruits that you find also. What was other ones too? Can't remember the ones that the bright red ones that the British loved. Try to get one of those going. And, the ones that they use for Christmas decorations all the time. Get the name of those berries. We tried to grow one of those and it did nothing. Yeah, quince can be used for wine. But it's not quince. That's not what I was thinking of. But there's a number of them. There's even those ones that look like blackberries, but they hang on a tree. Those can be made into wine too. No, it's not pomander. Pomander is actually a decoration. It's a decoration. But we're talking about here these little tiny sort of fronds of red berries. It also comes in a black variety and a white variety too, but I can't remember what the name of it. Mulberries, that's the one on the trees. Mulberries is the one on the trees. Those make excellent wine. Mulberries make excellent wine. But I can't remember the ones in the bushes that see if I can look that one up quickly, because my memory has decided to depart from me. Red currant. That's what it is. Yeah, red currants. You can also make wine out of them. You could also make them out of what's it called now? What's that nasty stuff here? Not. Yeah. Oh, you can. Yeah. Sumac. That's another thing. Sumac looks really nasty, but apparently you can also make wine out of that. Darkblade asks, can you make tomatoes into wine? You can, but it's really disgusting. Do not do it. That's prison wine. Okay? Tomato wine is prison wine. Do not do that. You will regret it forever. Well, that's how we got ketchup. Ketchup started as an experiment to make wine out of tomatoes. Yeah. Except in the case of ketchup, they stopped the fermentation and added a lot of sugar. But no, when tomatoes turn into wine, it's foul. Yeah. Yeah. So you can make wine out. you can still make it out. Prisoners do it all the time. Prisoners will steal tomatoes out of their canteen to make wine. Prison wine. You know, what they do is they steal a little bread and steal some tomatoes and they make wine in their cells. Ugh. Like reason 3 to hate tomatoes. You have only 3 reasons? I got a lot more than that, man. Yeah, not good. Yes, they can be turned into wine. Can vegetables be turned into wine? Yes, some of them can. It's usually they don't. This is usually not called wine though. It's usually called mash. And any starchy vegetable can. Okay. Potatoes, corn, But corn and tomatoes require a enzyme to sort of get them going. Sweet potatoes is self-fermenting because it has the enzymes in it to break things down. Onion wine. Oh, yuck. No, I give that one a miss. Okay, give that one a miss. I've heard of garlic wine, though. That I've heard of. Commercially. Yeah, it's apparently not a strong garlic flavor, but it's a flavored wine similar to some of those fruit wines, but Dossman says, saw that at Gilroy Garlic Festival, if I remember. Oh, you see all sorts of crazy stuff at the Gilroy Garlic Festival. The garlic ice cream's got to be one of the best. You can eat. There's all sorts of strange things at the Gilroy. It's where I ate. Mrs. Producer and I went to the Gilroy Garlic Festival once, and we saw. We had kangaroo and alligator there. Kangaroo could do without. That was not good. But the alligator was so delicious. So delicious. Okay. Move on to the next one here. From Travis Garrett for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Your thoughts on Christians between churches taking communion at home with fellow displaced Christian friends. Advice on how to do so reverently. Okay. Absolutely. The thing about communion is it has to be done in a community. So, where two or three are gathered, there Christ is also. So, as long as it's done in the method that is prescribed by Scripture, and you're not doing it in a flippant way, there's really nothing stopping you from doing it. Now, some denominations stop you from doing it. I remember a certain pastor from a covenant communion, who basically, the covenant church basically says you only ordained people can administer sacraments. So there's, so as long as you say, I mean, there's so many variables that you can do here. You can do unleavened bread, leavened bread, doesn't matter really as far as Scripture is concerned. You can use grape juice, you can use wine, either one's fine. As again, it's more of what's your attitude towards doing communion and your reasons for it than anything else. And again, do it in an orderly way, do it in a way that glorifies God and brings God into the process. And if you do that, you're probably fine. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama says, I grew up in a Baptist church that only did communion the first Sunday of the month. Some churches do. Again, it doesn't, there's no real prescription on how often you have to do it. It's just do this in remembrance of me for as long as until he returns. So it's okay if you do it once a month, bi-weekly or weekly. It doesn't really matter that much, as long as you keep doing it. Okay, so Mama says, even as a teen, I thought that was weird, but frankly, I think the elders didn't want to have to deal with their conscience more often than that. Well, that could be. I think a lot of it is that for a lot of churches who are not sort of in that groove to do it as part of their liturgy, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Especially given like the Protestant custom of putting the wine in the little cups. Okay? That can get really fussy. So there is, yeah, well, it might be a spiritually dead church, but hey. But again, it's one of those things where it doesn't really matter if you do it like once a month, twice a month, weekly. But that's going to come down to a denominational distinctive more than anything else. I know a lot of evangelical churches only do it once a month. I also know that, say, Orthodox churches do it every week. So it really depends. Really depends. So Tyru says if a church is complaining about little cups, they need prayers and lots of. Well, here's the thing. Those little cups were a cost-saving measure. They were a cost-saving measure, and a lot of these cost-saving measures were from the 1920s. Okay, a lot of these churches. Okay, let's put something in perspective here. Those little plastic cups and the trays that they came in were a sign of the times of the 1920s. You know, Depression era Christianity. Now let's talk about Depression era Christianity, because once you understand Depression era Christianity, those little tiny cups make a whole lot more sense. When grape juice had to be pasteurized, it was expensive. But you also had that prohibition going on. Okay? So you had prohibition, expensive grape juice, because you had to pasteurize it. And to cut the costs of the grape juice, they had these specially designed trays with specially designed cups where, you know, they could inexpensively, it would cost them less to replace the cup than it would be to fill it with grape juice. Now, today, is that cost effective? No, probably not. But is it cost effective for them to replace their whole communion apparatus? Well, those trays were silver. Okay? You know, those trays are silver. The little cups in them are plastic, but the trays themselves are silver. You know, the cost of those little cups is something, I think, along the lines of 0.1 cent a piece or something like that. I mean, they're crazy inexpensive. You know, the tray that my church had growing up, they were silver. They were silver. They were locked away at night. You know, so
it makes doing
yeah. Tyler says silver has at an all-time high time to sell. Yeah, well, those were cheap. Those trays, the silver ones, were really cheap in the 20s. You know, today, silver at an all-time high, like, really expensive. So, yeah, for them to replace them with something more, I mean, you could do, like, these tiny Dixie paper cups now that are just even less than those plastic ones, but silver back then was cheap. It was worth it for them to get the silver trays and the plastic cups than it was to keep filling it with generous amounts of grape juice. So dark blade, small cups also made the distribution more convenient and sanitary, in my honest opinion.
Oh,
But now this is one thing you have to keep in mind. Before the sanitation rules, in the 1920s and going into the 40s and even up to the 1970s, they didn't throw those cups out. Many churches washed those plastic cups. Okay? Many of those plastic cups were rewashed and reused. They couldn't get away with that today because food and safety laws would prevent that today. Oh yeah, a lot more sanitary than drinking out of a chalice, but hey.
when we were
Mhm.
that guy,
Oh yeah.
he have a chalice.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember a guy. It was a Lutheran church we attended for a while, and they drank right out of a chalice, and the guy before us just coughed into the chalice. It's like, oh great, wonderful, fantastic. Well, what they would do, I remember seeing the ladies in the kitchen. They would collect the little tiny cups afterwards, and they would put the cups into like a mesh net, and they would just have a bath of hot water, and maybe it's put a little bit of bleach in there, and they just dip the cups in the mesh in the bleach water concoction, and then just let them dry. That was very, very common for for no, it wasn't the most sanitary thing to do. It was cheaper for them to use the labor of the church ladies than it was to actually pay for generous amounts of grape juice. Okay. So that's my thought on Christianity community at home. Do it reverently, do it with the proper elements, and don't do it alone. Doesn't work if you're alone. It's meant to. This is an act to be done in community. So you do need more than one person in the same room. Just to be clear on that. Okay. Miara, when there's a chalice, you want to be the first to take the communion. Absolutely. All right, the next one here. I'll take the next one. Okay. 1 Samuel 7:2. Why not return to Shiloh? Why Kiriath Jearim? At least Beit Shemesh was a Levite city. Uh, let's go. Okay. 1 Samuel 7 starts verse 1. The men of Kiriath Jearim came and took the ark of the Lord and brought it into the house of Abinadab on the hill, and consecrated Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came about from that day that the ark remained at Kiriath Jearim, that the time was long, for it was 20 years, and all the house of Israel lamented after the Lord. Okay. Why not leave it at Beit Shemesh? Because the men at Beit Shemesh were really irresponsible. You don't want them. You don't want them in charge of anything. Why not return to Shiloh? Now, that's a more interesting question. The reason why was because even though the Bible does not state this, after the fall of after that, after the ark left Shiloh, Shiloh was destroyed. Shiloh was destroyed. So there was no returning it to Shiloh. So there you did have Samuel for a while still doing service unto the Lord at Shiloh, but there really wasn't anything left there to bring the ark back to. So that's the real reason. Yeah, so after the Philistines capture the ark, and they return it, it doesn't go back to Shiloh, but again, that's presuming that Shiloh's still standing. So but there's no reason to return to Shiloh at that point. It's Shiloh doesn't exist after that battle. Okay, next one here. It's from okay, 1 Samuel 7:6, but Yahweh wasn't at Mitzpah. 7:6. Then Samuel said, "Gather all Israel to Mitzpah, and I will pray to the Lord for you." And they gathered to Mitzpah and drew water and poured it out before the Lord and fasted on the day. And they said there, "We have sinned against the Lord." And Samuel judged the sons of Israel at Mitzpah. Okay. Well, the fact is that the Shekinah glory is going to follow the ark, so that's where it's going to be. But they can confess the Lord anywhere. They don't have to go to Kiriath Jearim to do that. They can do that any old place, and any sort of sacrificial high place can happen. So yeah, this is it's not necessary for them to be before the ark or even the tabernacle to sort of do this kind of confession. So hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hey Rob, how's it going? Hope things are going well with you. All right, next one. 1 Samuel 7:17. 1 Samuel 7:17. Then his return was to Ramah, for his house was there, and there he judged Israel, and he built there an altar to the Lord. Okay. Isn't it bad to build an altar? Well, this is pre-Solomonic temple, okay? The Israelites built lots of altars prior to the Solomonic temple. It's only with the Solomonic temple that worship becomes centralized. So it's only once the worship becomes centralized that it becomes verboten to build an altar. Now, you could, prior to the Solomonic temple, build an altar, but you had to follow certain rules to do it. It had to be of natural stone. You made a natural stone altar? That's great. Couldn't have a staircase or a ramp. Okay, so no cut stone, no staircase or ramp. Which one? Why? Okay. Why the natural stone? Is because it wasn't supposed to be an altar made by human hands. God made the stones. Okay? In the case of the no staircase or ramp, it was to prevent exposing your nakedness to the altar. That's why what? Why pants are more... They didn't have pants. They're pagan. We've already determined pants are pagan. All right. Next one here. In 1 Samuel 9:9, a lexical gloss by a later scribe or by the original author who wrote generations later. 1 Samuel 9:9. Let's see what's going on there. Samuel 9. Ah, yes. Okay. Let's start verse 7. Then Samuel said to his servant, behold, if we go, what shall we bring the man? For the bread is gone from our sack, and there is no present to bring the man of God. What do we have? And the servant answered Saul again and said, behold, I have in my hand a fourth of a shekel of silver. I will give it to the man of God, and he will tell us our way. Okay. Verse 9. Formerly in Israel. That's an explanation. When a man went to inquire of God, he used to say, come, let us go see the seer. For he who is called a prophet now was formerly called a seer. Okay. That's a scribal gloss. That's clearly a scribal gloss. It's basically a later scribe inserting an explanation into the text because the current reader might not understand. It's a clarifying text. So that's what's going on here. So I don't even see where he's. Yeah, so sort of and you can kind of tell the explanation here is kind of heavy-handed. So it reads like a scribal gloss, essentially. You know, you see this often when a single small annotation doesn't seem to make sense in the flow of the passage. It's at that point you have to sort of suspect, okay, we might have a scribal gloss here. And yeah, and the formerly in Israel, that's a tip off. So we have a couple reasons here to suspect this is a scribal gloss. The formerly in Israel. Okay. Yeah, that's sort of screams scribal gloss. And then when a man inquired of God, that screams scribal gloss. So it's a two sort of a kind of a very heavy-handed kind of explanation. And then the explanation itself, come, let us go see the seer, for he is called a prophet now, was formerly called a seer. That's also a very heavy-handed. So it just, yeah, this is, in my opinion, clearly a scribal gloss. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Louis Sandoval for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How the resurrection of the body should be understood. What are the mechanics of how God will bring the dead back to life? Is it recreating it from nothing, etc.? We're not sure. Anything on the resurrection of the body is speculation. The fact is, we don't exactly know the mechanics of raising somebody from the dead, which is probably a good thing. If we knew the mechanics of this, we'd be probably doing it ourselves.
Oh,
There's people trying this, okay, already. It's called posthumanism, yeah. But yeah, that's very much a God's secret of how he brings people back to life. It does seem that those that have some part of their body left are resurrected from that. Okay? That does seem to be part of it. So if there's bones, the bones are reassembled and the dead raise. Okay? Murph Monson, watch the 1999 Mummy film. There's your answer. Yeah. We do know that humans are an embodied spirit. We don't remain spirits. That much we know. We know that in the resurrection, we are given a new body. Everybody is given a new body. Whether that is recreating it from nothing, or whether it is salvaged, basically raised from the bones of the past. It's almost immaterial at that point. It's an act of God. It's a miraculous act. So that's about all we can say about this, because we know very little else about this. We know that, for example, in the case of, say, the resurrection of Christ, he's a body with flesh and bone. Now, we're not told whether he has blood or not, because he tells Thomas, "Handle me and see. A spirit does not have flesh and bone as you see me have." So, whether or not our new bodies have blood, we don't know. But our new bodies are immortal, glorified, and probably flesh and bone. So, at least flesh and bone. So that's kind of all we know about this. That's sort of the extent of our knowledge at this point on this. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Johnny Moe for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Matthew 7:21 passage can be a source of anxiety for Christians. Is Jesus referring to those who think they can earn their way to heaven by good deeds, or more carnal Christians? Thanks. Okay, well, let's take a look. Let us take a look and see. Matthew 7:21. Oh. Okay. Let's talk about this. Verse 21. Not everyone who says to me, "Lord, Lord," will enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, "Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name? And in your name cast out demons, and in your name perform many miracles?" Okay, this is one of the reasons why people get anxious about this. Okay, because these are guys who are prophesying. They're calling Jesus Lord. They're prophesying in his name, casting out demons. How many demons have you cast out recently? How many miracles have you performed? How much prophesying have you done? And these people are outside. These are the goats. Verse 23. And then I will declare to them, "I never knew you. Depart from me, you who practice lawlessness." All right, now, keep this in mind. Christ didn't know these people. Christ had no relationship with these people who were prophesying in his name, who are casting out demons, and who are performing miracles. No idea who these guys are. But he does say that they were practicing lawlessness. Yeah. Why you don't listen to false prophets just because they produce signs and wonders, or because they prophesy. They could still be deceitful teachers. Yeah. Verse 24. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and acts upon them may be compared to a wise man who built his house upon a rock. The rains descended, the floods came, and the winds blew, and burst against that house. And yet it did not fall, for it had been founded upon the rock. Who's the rock? Jesus Christ. That's the rock. You build your house on Jesus. Verse 26, and everyone who hears these words of mine and does not act upon them will be like a foolish man who built his house on the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and burst against the house, and it fell, and its fall was great was its fall. The idea here is the image here is of a wadi, basically a seasonal river. Now you see these all over the place in the ancient Near East. These seasonal rivers called wadi, and the base of wadis are covered in sand. So he's talking about a wadi here. This guy is building his house in a riverbed, not just on just any old patch of sand. These guys are building this stuff on building a house on a riverbed, on a flash flood zone. Really bad idea. And these floods, when these seasonal rains hit, sometimes they're not seasonal, sometimes they're happen maybe once a century, but they will happen sooner or later. When the rains come, these wadis produce these flash floods that are torrential. There have been archaeologists who have died because they happened to have been in a wadi and didn't see the river coming until it was too late. It happens that fast. It happens that fast. Yeah. So you build your house in a wadi. That water, it's kind of like what can I think of a river like it? Like the Tigris or the Colorado. You know, you get white water coming right down that river that just sweeps everything away. It'll move boulders, house-sized boulders, no problem. So basically what he's saying is the wise man is building his house on the rock. Where do you find the rock? High ground. The foolish man builds it on the sand, in danger, in the wadi, where there's no foundation. That foundation is Christ. Christ is the rock. And Petra, just going to check the text here. Yeah, it's Petra, the escarpment. Okay. In verse 25 here, the word for rock here is Petra. It's a big, massive cliff. Okay. Christ uses the same word in where he says, Peter, you are a Petros, a little itty bitty stone. You were, hey Peter, you're an itty bitty Petros. But I'm building my church on the Petra. The Petra is a massive cliff escarpment. That's what a Petra is. And he says it here too. Those who have not built upon the Petra, the rock, Jesus Christ, as the foundation, their house will be swept away. Yeah.
You don't build rocks. Sand.
Yeah, but that's only within the Bedouin. Only the Bedouin do that. But if you find if you're in a say more in say closer to say the foothills area, like in Judea. Judea, they would all know the difference between a Petra and a wadi. So you find sand in the wadi. You don't find the sand on the Petra because the sand blows off. It washes off. So So, um, well, so yeah, so that's really what's going on here, is that these people who prophesied, who cast out demons, who did miracles in Christ's name, they weren't doing it on the foundation of Christ. They were doing it invoking his name, doing a parlor trick, living by their own authority. They were ignoring everything else. So Christ had no relationship with them. Their foundation was not built upon Christ. And that's why they're lost. And no Christian who believes and follows the will of Jesus Christ ever need to fear this. These are people who decided to do great works using their own authority and for their own glory. So, yeah. Mama says, lawlessness. They do what they think is best. Yeah, doing what is right in their own eyes. And Christ isn't fooled by this. In verse 23, I never knew you, depart from me, you who practice lawlessness. Anomia. Of lacking law. So absolutely, this is a problem. This is going to always be a problem for them. So, we get this a follow-up question from John Smith here. Does the Eastern Orthodox have the same interpretation of Matthew 16:18 as, say, Catholic polemic? No, they don't. The Orthodox do not view the rock here as Peter, nor do they view it as, say, the church. They view the rock here as Jesus Christ. So, Catholic interpretation of Matthew 16:18, which says, and I also say to you that you are Petros, Peter, little itty bitty rock, and upon this rock, Petra, big massive escarpment, I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not overpower it. Okay, so yeah, the Eastern Orthodox interpretation views the rock, the Petra, as Jesus Christ. All right, next one here we'll take is from Baron Salvatore for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why do you think God lets some things be nebulous? For example, the origin of the soul or Genesis 6 to later readers? Because you're supposed to struggle with scriptures. It's not all supposed to come easy. If everything was just handed to you on a silver platter, what would you learn? What would you get out of it? Yeah. 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 It's one of those things is that the Bible is not there to just serve you up easy answers. Scripture expects you to struggle with this stuff. Because life is complicated. Life is complex. Life is full of nuance. Heck, sometimes life is even hard. Sometimes bad things happen to you. So, yeah, we are told to wrestle with the scriptures, as Andrew Graham just said here. Wrestle with the scriptures. Yeah. sometimes we're just not told because we're not ready yet. So, oh yeah. Mama says, imagine the boredom if there was no depth to dive into over and over, getting something new each time. Yeah, and I think a lot of this uh is that the fact is that if this didn't have depth, there'd be nothing to learn and nothing more to challenge us. And for a lot of these, say, ambiguous passages, it doesn't really matter what the interpretation is that much. Doesn't really matter what the origin of the soul is, ultimately. Doesn't really matter if in Genesis 6 it's angels copulating with women, or whether it's castes of priests, or if it's a godly line of Seth versus an ungodly line of Cain. It's still people disobeying God. So I think it does us good. It also reveals the power of the Holy Spirit too. The fact we don't know everything instantly forces us to rely on the Holy Spirit. We're told in the book of Acts that the Holy Spirit illuminates the text, unfolds the text, teaches us. So if we understood everything about the Bible instantly, the Holy Spirit wouldn't need to act. So a lot of this is our growing dependence upon the Holy Spirit to understand these things. So absolutely there's always more to learn. The Bible is designed that no man can know it all. It's designed in such a way that a 6-year-old can understand the message of salvation, and a scholar with 60 years of research will still never grasp it all. So, okay. Adrian Rodriguez says, thoughts on cremation and its implication for our resurrected bodies. The church used to really deprecate cremation. And a lot of some denominations still do. Because because of its symbolism. The symbolism of burning a body, like the burning of hell. So for a long time, cremation was not seen as something a Christian would do. Okay. Today, that sort of thinking has gone by the wayside. I don't think it has much implication for the resurrected body. God will restore the body, whether it's ash or whether it's bones. So that's just, I think, something that it's old thinking. It's old thinking. Here's one of the things we have to keep in mind too. The kings of Israel were all cremated. All of them. The good ones and the bad ones. That's why we don't find any tombs of the Judean kings, because there weren't any. Almost to a man, there's only a handful of Judean kings that were not cremated. Like Saul was not cremated, but good luck finding his tomb. But almost all the kings of Israel, even the bad kings, as I said, they were cremated. Any verse where it says that? No, but what we find around Judea are these large funerary pyres. It's archaeological. Um, all we're told is that they were put to rest with their fathers. So it doesn't tell us explicitly, but what we get. Oh, my control panel here closed. Oh, lovely. YouTube's being noxious. But gotta reopen my console here. Yeah, there's nothing that says explicitly in the text that the kings of Israel were cremated, but we know they were because these funeral pyre mounds are massive. They're big, okay, and they date to the Iron Age. So, and there's several of them around Jerusalem. So, the fact is also that we've found a lot of tombs in Israel, and not a single royal tomb, not one. That's going to tell us something right there. The closest thing we have to a royal tomb in Israel is the so-called tomb of Absalom. And we're not even sure if that belonged to Absalom. But that's the closest thing we have to a royal tomb in all of Israel. You know, in Egypt, we found royal tombs all over the place. We have found royal tombs in Mesopotamia. You know, but in Israel, we don't. None. Zero. Zip. So, but what we do find is funeral pyres. And the size of those pyres would imply that that was a royal cremation. Just because of the massive size of them. You know, we find tombs in the Aztecs. We find tombs in Europe. We find tombs in Rome. You know, there's a mausoleum of Augustus Caesar. And we know Augustus Caesar was cremated too, by the way. Because that's recorded. But we don't find anything like that in Israel. It's crazy. We do find commoner tombs in Israel. There's several commoner tombs. Many commoner tombs have been found. We have found the occasional Philistine tomb, and Philistine tombs are rare. Okay, they're rare, but we have found them. But no Israelite royal tombs. It is presumed that there are these sort of mix of Egyptian what's sometimes called semi-royal tombs that are may have been some high status people from Egypt who are buried in Israel. We find those because we find these clay mummies. They're not really mummies. They're caskets made of clay. We find some of that in Israel, but no royals. It's very odd, very odd. But as I said, we do find these funeral pyres. So, unfortunately, we won't get any of the any grave goods from Israelite kings in all likelihood. But so, if the kings of Israel cremated, really wrong for us to cremate? Probably not. But No, you're not going to forfeit your eternal body because you had it cremated. Tyro says cremation had to be expensive back then. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, these are not small hills. They're big. This is why they were identified, because these are massive hills, and on top of them, it's scorched black. So yeah, they had to use a lot of wood.
Dig a hole in
Oh yeah, much cheaper to dig a hole and drop the corpse in. So, oh yeah, incredibly expensive. Still cheaper than an Egyptian burial, though. By a long shot. Okay, let's go on to the next one here. All right, next one here we got is from... Okay, 1 Samuel 9:14. Samuel performed sacrifices at high places. Yes, probably. Okay, 1 Samuel 9:14. Okay, and we'll start verse... Yeah, we can say 14 here. So they went up to the city and came into the city, and behold, Samuel was coming out towards them to go up to the high place. Okay, absolutely. Now, a day before Samuel's coming, the Lord had revealed to the saying Samuel, about this time tomorrow I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin, and you shall anoint him to be prince over the people, and he shall deliver my people from the land of the Philistines. Let's go actually back to 13 here. As soon as you enter the city, you'll find him before he goes up to the high place to eat. For the people will not eat unless he comes, because he must bless the sacrifice. Afterwards, those who are invited to eat. Therefore, go up, for you will find him at once. Now, one of the things we have to understand is before the temple in Jerusalem, people worshipped in high places. Now, we have to understand what is a high place. A high place is a holy area where Yahweh worship was practiced. Okay? Once the temple was instituted, those high places became aberrant Yahweh worship. Idols were not worshipped at high places. Pagan gods were not worshipped at high places. These were places of Yahweh worship. Okay? So before the temple was instituted by Solomon, it was still legal to worship at a high place and to sacrifice at a high place. So Samuel going up to a high place to do a sacrifice, that would have been probably fairly normal. So it only becomes a high place. High places only become outlawed once God establishes his worship in the place he selected, which happened to be Mount Moriah. So absolutely, that's this was normal for pre-Solomonic worship. Hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, next one here is 1 Samuel 10:8. Why is Samuel performing sacrifices? How does being an honorary Levite work? Okay, 1 Samuel 10, verse 8. All right. Start verse 6. Then the Spirit of the Lord will come upon you mightily, and you shall prophesy with them and be changed into another man. And it shall be when these signs come to you, do for yourself what the occasion requires, for God is with you. And you shall go down before me to Gilgal. Behold, I will come down to you to offer burnt offerings and peace offerings. You shall wait 7 days until I come to you to show you what you should do. Okay. Why is Samuel performing sacrifices? Because the house of Eli did not have anyone who could do it. That's essentially it. God replaced the house of Eli with Samuel to do the intercession between God and man, which is what the function of the high priest is supposed to do. The high priest is supposed to interface between God and the Israelites to do the sacrificial system. The house of Eli, after the battle, where both his sons are dead, and then Eli sort of falls back and breaks his neck, left no eligible Israelite to be high priest. The next man in line for the high priest of Israel was a 2-year-old. Yeah. And 2-year-olds are not eligible to be high priest. Okay. This left Israel without someone to intercede, which is why Samuel was raised up and permitted to perform sacrifices. So, because he was a Nazarite, he was already holy. He was a prophet. He was already touched by God to do this and had God's permission to do this. So, God's laws, God's rules, essentially. So, high priest in diapers, yeah, that would have been a sight. Yeah. Mama says, same reason women sometimes served as judges, because the original system had no one worthy to offer. Yeah, more or less. So, here's the thing. So, Samuel is acting like a Levite. He is doing the role of a Levite, and particularly of the line of Aaron. He's the placeholder until the house of Aaron can get another man who's eligible.
Right.
Yeah, he fit the qualifications, so it wasn't a problem here. So now the whole issue of him being an honorary Levite actually comes after, by the chronicler, and the chronicler notes that he is honorarily grafted into the line of Levi afterwards. Okay, so essentially that's his reward. The reward for Samuel is that his posterity is allowed to serve in the temple as temple singers, as honorary Levites. So anyway, so that's my thoughts on that. I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. All right, for Samuel 10:25. All right, starting at verse 24. And Samuel said to all the people, do you see him who the Lord has chosen? Surely there is no one like him among all people. So the people shouted and said, long live the king. Then Samuel told the people the ordinances of the kingdom, wrote them in the book, and placed it before the Lord. And Samuel sent all the people away, each to his house. Okay. This writing of the ordinances of the book. This is the book of the law. This is once a year. the king has to read the ordinances of the law. This was actually a requirement to be king in Israel. That once a year the king had to read the law and had to have his own copy of it. Yeah, only once a year, but he at least had to read it. So the king had to be literate. That's the first thing. The second is the king had to read the law once a year. So when Samuel here is ordaining Saul as king, he's making a copy of the law for Saul to read. Now, does Saul actually do this? Probably not. So that's probably what's talking about here, is that the law of the ordinances of the kingdom that the king is supposed to read, so he's up on them. So he can do justice. So that he obeys the laws of God. Ooh. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Mama says, knowing Saul hit and miss. Yeah. Okay. Frank Schuster says, Walton says that Genesis 6 only says that the Nephilim were around and were men of renown. It doesn't say they were hybrids of the sons of God. Thoughts? Okay. My thought is that not every match between, let's say, not every marriage between a son of God and a daughter of Adam will result in a Nephilim. Okay? I like Walton sometimes. Liking him less over the years, but I think on this, I'm not sure what his view on the Nephilim are. I know he doesn't believe in demons at all. So I've got some issues with some of his approaches to these things. Now, I'm not saying that the Nephilim are demons. In fact, I'm saying they're opposite. I think the Nephilim are men. Okay, they were men. But I also don't think that every son of God would have produced a Nephilim with a daughter of Adam, because not every person of those in that couple would have been under a divine vow. Okay. Only some of them would have been under a divine vow. So because only some of them would have been under a divine vow, that the incidence of a Nephilim, which is the fallen offspring that resulted from breaking a divine vow, would have applied. So I don't think they're hybrids, because I don't think the sons of God were angels or demons or supernatural. I think they're caste of priests. And I think the daughters of Adam were an aberrant ancestor worship cult. So, given that case, it seems that the offense in Genesis 6 is that the sons of God followed after strange women. Kind of like what the Israelites did when they saw the Moabite women. In fact, if anything, you could sort of predicate that the parallel incident here to Genesis 6 is the incident where the Israelites chased after the Moabite women. And they were punished because of it. So that's what seems to be going on here, because these were the sons of God were marrying the daughters of Adam. Why is that an issue? It's an issue because they believed different things religiously. So that's why I think here. Again, I don't know exactly Walton's view on this. I think some of his views are really good. Some of them are not. So, I'm not sure exactly what he thinks here. I don't think the fact that the Nephilim were just around but unrelated to the sons of God is, I think that's wrong. I think there is a relationship between the sons of God and the Nephilim, but I think it's that not every relationship of man and women back then produced a Nephilim. Only some of them did, the ones that had divine vows. So, actually says, you missed his point. He's saying that grammatically Genesis isn't even saying the Nephilim have anything to do. Yeah, I know exactly what he's saying. No, I know exactly what he's saying. But what I think he's doing here is an absence of evidence argument. Okay? He's saying grammatically there's no direct connection between the sons of God or daughters of Adam with the Nephilim. Therefore, they're unrelated. No, Walton, you don't get to do that. That's a logical fallacy. That's not how this works. Yeah, I know that's his point, but that's still logically invalid. It could be. Yeah, look, theologians just need to start taking logic classes. They need to start taking logic classes, because this is why we do a logic month, a fallacy month, every April. We do this every April. April is our fallacy month. Our whether it's historical fallacies, exegetical fallacies, logical fallacy, April is fallacy month. And why do we need a fallacy month? Because theologians are not taking logic classes anymore. You know, Heiser said this once, and I don't always agree with Heiser, that theologians need to start taking basic logic classes. And I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, because I see this stuff all the time. Woolly thinking. Oh yeah, it's the same fallacies on the same issues all the time. Andrew Graham, they need to learn Supertramp's logical song, which has nothing to do with logic, by the way. It's almost like like Edie Brickell's philosophy song. I'm not aware of too many things. I know what you know. What I know, if you know what I mean. Darkblade, I might check if logic is offered at my community college. Take it. Take philosophy classes, at least some. You know, so you don't end up. Logic is really, really important for argumentation. Oh, yeah. Mama says D.A. Carson's exegetical fallacies ought to be required reading at all seminars. It ought to be. Absolutely. It's a very good book. It's a very good book. I mean, I did my undergrad in philosophy. Okay, so I took a lot of logic, and I took a lot of the history of philosophy too. So, I mean, I took philosophy of the Socratics. I took philosophy of science, philosophy of religion. Um, anything that was applicable to my major. Bomb Papa. Lack of logic. It's not just for theologians. No, but recently a lot of theologians are doing it. A lot of theologians have got on to the we don't need no stinking logic bandwagon. Boy. Oh boy. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Follower of the Ichthys here for $5. Hi, Dr. Falk. Assuming the story is authentic, what do you think Jesus wrote on the ground? John 8, 6-9. Yeah, I know where this is going. John 8, 6-9. Okay. And again, he stooped down and wrote the ground, and when he heard it, they began to go out one by one, beginning with the older ones, and he was left alone, and the woman, and she was in. Okay, this is the case where a woman is brought before Jesus, a woman caught in adultery. The man's not brought to, so there's a violation of the law right there. And they say to Jesus, okay, you know the law. If a woman caught in adultery, she's to be stoned. And they put it on Jesus and say, hey, do you recommend we stone her? It's obviously a trap. Now, the thing is, the story is not authentic. We pretty much know this from the textual criticism of the early manuscripts that this is not this was an insertion that was done later in the text. So, this whole pericope is not part of the original text. So, it would be foolish for us to guess what he wrote on the ground. I mean, we would love to say that, hey, okay, he's writing, the sins of these other guys on the ground. Could be. But it's not an authentic piece of text. I mean, it might be... It might be an early tradition that's later on inserted in. Possible. Like an oral teaching. But it's not part of the canon of scripture, and I would never even sort of presume to say with any degree of certainty what he wrote. The text doesn't say, and the text isn't even authentic. So, yeah, the best at that point you can do is speculation. Tyro asks, I've always wondered why we keep it in when it's not authentic. Tradition! That's why we keep it in. Tradition. We find it in our King James Bible. People would get really, 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 really upset if you took it out. Really upset. Yeah. Mama, Red Sea, anyone? Yeah. Another traditional rendering. Red Sea makes no sense and Red Sea is obvious. Yeah. But it's tradition. That's why. Algot Robertson, why is it a trap? Don't understand. Oh, it's a trap because if he says let her go, they'll say he has no concern for the law. He's a lawbreaker. He's lawless. Because he let this person, obviously caught in the act of adultery, and to get away without being punished. So he's a lawbreaker. He doesn't obey the law. And if he says stoner, he's still guilty because the man's not there. So either way, he can't win by making a pronouncement himself. So he basically says, he who is without sin, cast the first stone. He places the burden on them to show their righteousness to carry out the sentence. Tyra goes, has anyone made an updated Bible that has these additions removed? Not that I know of. Look. Translators are very risk adverse. Okay? They're risk adverse. They don't want the negative press of some zealot organizing a letter writing campaign to the publisher saying to retract it because it's an evil Bible that removes all the glosses and the additions and the traditional renderings. Mama says, Doc, it reminds me of Solomon and the two moms fighting over the one baby. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah. We do have, we've encountered at least one other gloss today. Literary gloss that's scribal gloss that's obviously a scribal gloss. But you don't dare remove it. You dare remove scribal glosses or mistakes introduced by scribal glosses. Like, for example, where it talks about Bethel being founded like 7 years before Tanis. Like, what? I mean, that scribal gloss is just glaringly wrong. Or the other scribal gloss where the Anakim were related to the Nephilim. It's a scribal gloss, but you don't dare remove it because somebody's going to flip out over that. Or rename the mercy seat a cover or a lid. People flip out. Just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But people will flip out over that. They'll get absolutely unhinged if you start removing the scribal insertions. Just absolutely unhinged. Tim Yarrow, the only thing that makes me think this story could be authentic is that no one except Jesus would be so smart to turn around and trap the fantasies. Oh, it could be it could entirely be a real story about Jesus. It's entirely possible that this is a real story about Jesus. It just wasn't written by John. It wasn't written by the same guy who wrote the rest of this text. That's the problem. So it absolutely could be authentic as far as something Jesus did. Again, passed down by oral tradition until it got integrated into the book of John. And basically, it sounds like that this was just the appropriate place to stick it. So, yeah, there's just a lot of this that you encounter in Bible translations. This whole traditional rendering thing is just very, very common, unfortunately. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Okay, Joseph Parton for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, Dr. Falk. Question. What scriptures do you think shed light on the competence or incompetence of angels or intelligence? I don't... Well, when we know that, again, huge diversity of spirit critters, okay? We do know some are good. We do know some are evil, okay? They're not necessarily all competent. Some are competent, some are not. Just because there's a huge range of diversity here. There's just as much diversity amongst, say, angels as there are, say, among humans. Some are smarter than others. Some are more powerful than others. Each one to their abilities. Okay? An angel does not mean they are competent, intelligent, or even wise. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, a third of the angels followed Satan. How wise can all of them be? You know, some angels are self-serving and become demons. So there's a diversity just because there's that's because some angels are very clever, very smart, very competent, but not all of them. So this is more of a common sense thing than anything else. And if you've had any encounters with the divine, with the supernatural, there's a reason demons hunt in packs. Okay? I've always said that the danger of demonic powers is not so much that any one of them is particularly powerful, more that they hunt in groups. That's the danger of demonic encounters. This is how, like, for example, demons like to pretend they're all-knowing. Okay? They're not all-knowing. What they do is they share information, though. Mama says strength in numbers. Exactly. This is why when the man drives out the demon on his own, cleans up his house, 7 more come in and make his life worse than before. I'm going to highlight your comment here because I think that's appropriate. Kiara Falk, Mrs. Producer, says they are pack critters. Yeah, they're pack animals. Frank Shoe says, so they spill the tea? Oh, yes. Yes, they spill the tea. This is like, you can really, if you want a good idea of how demons work. This is not, I'm going to give you a recommendation for a movie here that has nothing to do with demons, but it will show you exactly how demons work. Watch the movie Greyhound. Okay? Greyhound is about the Battle of the Atlantic, where merchant ships cross the Atlantic to deliver supplies for World War II. And this convoy is being attacked by U-boats. Those U-boats hunt like demons hunt. One's in the front of the convoy, bunch are in the back following. They're radioing to each other to coordinate the attacks. They attack when you can't see them. It's exactly how demons hunt. Yeah, if you want to understand the mentality of demons, watch Greyhound. And they pick off the weakest, the most vulnerable, the juiciest targets. They don't go after the destroyers, generally. They go after the cargo boats. and they're hunting in groups of 7. In this particular, in fact, it's ironic kind of that this particular U-boat pack was a group of 7. Jack Ray goes, yeah, the wolf packing only worked for a short time, and then it didn't hard. It got exploited by the British. Well, what happened was air cover. Air cover got better. The problem was air cover couldn't follow the convoy all the way across the Atlantic because those planes didn't have enough fuel. But as plane technology got increasingly better, the range of cover became better, and that's what really spelled the end of the wolf packs. But yeah, if you want to understand how demons work, watch Greyhound. You'll see exactly how demons work. They share information. They hunted packs. They pick off the weakest. They pick off the vulnerable. They pick off the juiciest targets. They divert. You know, they'll throw off decoys. Oh, absolutely. It's the perfect analogy. A U-boat wolf pack is the perfect analogy for demons. So, Mama asks, so what do you think about C.S. Lewis's Screw Tape Letters and how he pictures demons constantly trying to undermine each other as well, also trying to appear like they're working together? I think some of Lewis's Screw Tape Letters is more analogical of how humans work. The whole idea of demons undermining each other. Christ said when he was accused of casting out Satan in the name of Beelzebub, Christ said, if a house divided would surely fall. Oh, it's a fun read. Oh, absolutely. Screw Tape Letters is a very fun read. Yeah. So I don't think Screw Tape Letters is actually all that accurate. Some ways it is. It gives you sort of some a glimpse into the psychology of some of these demons, but it's not. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Mama, that's probably closer to it. She says, so Demon Dynamics was mostly just flavor. Yeah, I think it was mostly just flavor. So, yeah, I think that's what I would sort of. Tyru asks, didn't Lewis talk about demonic experiences he was writing it? Yeah, again, some of it, a lot of it, Screw Tape Letters is fictionalized. So, it's not, I wouldn't say it's the best representation of demons I've seen, but for somebody who knows nothing about the topic, it's a good start. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Okay, next one is going to be... Refresh my screen here for a moment. Okay, 1 Samuel 11:15. Why make sacrifices away from the ark? Okay, it's 1 Samuel. First Samuel 11, and again, this is from AT Ministries. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, 1 Samuel 11:15. So all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made King Saul king before the Lord in Gilgal. And they were also offered sacrifices of peace offerings before the Lord. There Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly. Okay, why make sacrifices away from the ark? All sacrifices, almost all sacrifices were made away from the ark. You opening that door again? Good, it's hot. I wish he'd stop smoking. Yeah, I know. There's only one sacrifice really that required the presence of the ark, and that was the one given to on behalf of the nation at Yom Kippur. Every other sacrifice could be done without the presence of the ark. So there's no reason that a peace offering couldn't be made without the presence of the ark. In fact, once the ark is destroyed and the temple is rebuilt, they're doing sacrifices without the presence of the ark. And even in that case where they do the Yom Kippur, they sprinkle the blood of the goat and the bull into the empty space of the Holy of Holies. So, again, that was so almost all sacrifices are made away from the ark. Only one is really done in the presence of the ark. And once the ark is destroyed, then it's not even necessary for that. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Tyro, question: how many AT questions are left? About 20. Tyra says 18 minutes is trying to get Falk to make a commentary on the Book of Samuel without officially writing a commentary. Yeah, probably. All right, next one here. That's a good use of resources, yeah. 1 Samuel 12:23. How would not praying for them be sin? Okay. 1 Samuel 12:23. All right. Let's see here. Let's go start at verse 20. And Samuel said to the people, do not fear, you have committed all this evil, yet do not turn aside from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart. And you must not turn aside, for then you would go after futile things which cannot profit or deliver, because they are futile. For the Lord will not abandon his people on account of his great name, because the Lord has been pleased to make you a people for himself. Moreover, as for me, far be it from me that I should sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you, but I will instruct you in the good and right way. Okay, so what's the issue here? Why would it be sin for him not to pray? Because he was called to pray. He's intercessing right now for all of Israel. Again, the house of Eli has not produced a proper priest to intercede. One of the roles of the high priest is to pray on behalf of Israel. He is filling the role of the high priest. Because he has to fill the role of the high priest, he also has to pray for Israel. And he would be derelict in his duty if he didn't pray. So that's why it would be sin for him, because of the dereliction of duty problem. So he's going to pray for the sons of Israel just because that's his role as basically high priest pro tempore. So this is why, because because he's doing the sacrifices, he's doing all the rituals for the high priest. He's also got to do the praying for the people as well. So that's important as his role as, say, temporary high priest. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, next one here from 18 Ministries. Joseph lived 110 years. Moses lived 120. Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of silver. Jesus for 30. Is this showing that Jesus is greater than Joseph? Okay,
That gives me.
hmm. There was something about, if I recall right, there is something about the 30 pieces of silver that was special. Um, and it's not just inflation. There is something particular to that. Um, there's more there than just it's not just in the case of Joseph. Joseph is sold for that's sort of the wholesale price for a slave. Okay. Um, I'm not sure if that's the case in the at the time of Jesus, or if it had gone even higher at that point. But there's something else to it, and I can't remember what it is. I'd have to look that up, to be honest. But there's something particular about the 30 pieces of silver that I just can't remember at the moment. So unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to give this one a pass, just because I know there's something else to this one, but I don't happen to remember what it is. So I'm gonna have to apologize sincerely for that. But um, it's more than just more than just uh, yeah. Judas betrays for 30 pieces of silver, which is actually not that much, to be honest. It's 30 days. It's 30 denarii. 30 denarii. Basically, the day's wage for 30 days. So he doesn't even sell out for very much. So yeah, there's something else going on. It's I don't remember what it is. It's not the oxen though. Um, yeah, yeah. It's but I can't remember what it is. There's something particularly cultural about the 30 pieces here. Timiara says in Exodus 21:32, if an ox gores a slave, the owner shall give 30 shekels of silver to his master. I don't think that's it. There is something else, but I can't. I just can't recall it. So again, I'm gonna have to apologize for this one. All right, let's move on to the next one here. Okay, next one here is from Robert Laird for 4.99. Do you think Gideon's dad was a priest for Baal since they had an altar for Baal? Judges 6:24 25. Let's go to Judges and have a take a look. $6.25. Sorry. Okay, Judges 6:25. Now the same night came about that the Lord said to him, take your father's bull and a second bull, 7 years old, and pull down the altar of Baal which belongs to your father, and cut down the Asherah that is beside it. And build an altar to the Lord your God on top of this stronghold in an orderly manner, and take the second bull which offered a burnt offering of wood of the Asherah, and you shall cut it down. Okay. Um here is things where things get sort of odd. Um, the uh, we do know that Gideon's father was alive at the time he did this, but we don't know. The problem here is going to be which belongs to your father. Okay. Um, is this his father or his grandfather or great grandfather? We're again back to that ambiguity of of um we're back to that ambiguity of the, say, familial relationships here, where a father can mean your father, your grandfather, great grandfather, going all the way back. So it was one of his ancestors that built this thing. Um, whether so as a result, his dad would own this. So it's not really, the text here is not really clear whether this is which belongs to your father, as in your father owns this, or your father built this. Okay? The text doesn't say whether he owns it or built it. Okay. So this is one of those places where the text is ambiguous. So we don't know if Gideon's dad was a priest of Baal, but at some point, one of his ancestors, whether it was his father or going further back, built this thing. So that's about the best as we can do here for that. Again, the text is not completely clear. So I don't think we can get any more precise on this than that. We'll take a quick look at the Hebrew, but I don't think that's going to clarify it. Yeah, it just says by your father, essentially. So the preposition here, the lamed preposition here, is very unclear. So we're not going to get more meaning out of it than that. So to pull down the altar of Baal, which was by your father, or and that could mean have any range of meanings. So unfortunately. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here from Frank Shusek for €5. Thank you for the super chat. Talk about the meaning of the term Son of God in the Bible. What respect? I'm hearing that it has many meanings, unlike what most Christians usually read it as. Yeah, a Son of God can have many meanings. It can mean a minor deity, like an El or Elohim. It can mean an angel. It can mean a human being, as in a particular caste of priest. And we find these terms all over the place in ancient, especially Bronze Age literature, like son of Re, son of Ishtar, son of Hathor, or daughter of Hathor. So these sort of familial titles can be priestly titles as well. So there's a huge number of a range of meanings here, and there is also the other meaning of son of the god is a god. So there is that too. So it does have many meanings, and not just one per se. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Timiara for £5. Thank you for the super chat. Did having a concubine count as adultery? The Mosaic Law makes no mention of concubines, so we would assume it was permitted or forbidden. Okay, it depends. If you were a Levite, probably. Levites were restricted as to the kind of slaves they could have. Other people could have concubines, though. And it was allowed. And particularly if they were foreign slaves. Okay. Now, I'm no expert on Israelite slavery. It's a very complicated topic with a lot of nuance to it. So, the Mosaic Law only mentions the use of concubines in passing. So these were slaves that were used for reproductive purposes. And we do see this law of the Israelite laws. They are tailored in accordance to this potentiality. Now, we know Hagar was a concubine, because that was her entire purpose, was to be used as a concubine. She was sold as a concubine, and that's what she expected to be. What she didn't expect was to be under Israelite jurisdiction, or under Mesopotamian legal jurisdiction, which is not in favor of concubines. Egyptian jurisdiction was in favor of concubines. Yeah. Mama, did Egyptians even have concubines? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. In fact, they had something I call the concubine's gambit, which happened in Egypt. If a couple, you could only marry one person at a time, but you could also have on the side a concubine if there were no children. If the wife couldn't produce children, the man could purchase a concubine to produce children. Now, the expectation was, if the concubine produced children, he divorces his wife and marries the concubine. That's the concubine's gambit. That's why women sold themselves into slavery, sexual slavery, in Egypt. For that purpose. Because she won the lottery at that point. She goes from being in abject poverty to instantly owning a third of his stuff. So, and controlling also the portion that would have been given to the kids. So 2/3 of the property become hers. So absolutely, it was a win-win-win thing. Except for the first wife. Yeah, the first wife got skunked. So, Mama says, wow, they sold themselves, so sad. Yeah, well, yeah, it was. Certain classes did this more than others, though. Farming classes, this was very common. Here's the problem if you were a farmer. If you had a farming family, mom, dad, and a daughter, who's going to take care of the farm when mom and dad die? They can't, because land in Egypt was leased. It was leased. It wasn't owned. So the government gave you a lease on a land, because all the land kind of got mixed up when the flood came. So there you can't permanently mark land in Egypt. So the government leased you a certain plot of land, a size of land. So if you were in a situation where you're the only daughter and your parents die, you have no way of maintaining that lease. So you don't have many options at that point. Your only two options at that point are prostitution and concubine. Or get yourself married real fast. That wasn't always an option, because a farmer's daughter didn't have much to offer. So this was really, really common, stay amongst the farming class. So, no, there weren't a lot of good options, unfortunately. Uh, Tyro says land leasing, good communist. Uh, yeah, you know what? Um, Land ownership was just sort of that way in Egypt. If you were on higher ground, you could have permanent land, and there were land titles on higher ground that were permanent. But as far as farming land, that was all leased. Unless you had like a license to a permanent plot size, that could change. All right. Mama goes, how do Egyptians keep their homes and granaries from flooding? They were kept on high ground. That's how. The granaries were kept on high ground, particularly at temples. A lot of temples had granaries because a lot of the land was owned by the temples. A lot of the land and the leases were owned by temples. So what would happen is they would do the land. They would take the farmer who worked the land. He gets his share. The temple gets the vast majority of the grain, and then the temple then uses that for sacrifices, which is then used to pay the priests, which then trade them for other goods and services. But temples often came with huge granaries. This was very common at temples, that they would have massive granaries for the perpetuation of priestly services. Okay, so let's go on to the next one here. I'll get Robinson for 100 Swedish kroners. If we found new authoritative gospel, for example, Thomas, would it become canon? No, it wouldn't become canon. Do we have holy oral tradition as holy scripture? Thinking in Exodus, Moses did not have a holy text yet. Love your streams. Well, thank you. Okay. Um, Here's the thing. Thomas would never be considered canon because canon was something that had, say, universal agreement among, say, the churches, the apostolic sees, and say the early church fathers. The Gospel of Thomas has always been regarded as a Gnostic book. Always been regarded as a Gnostic book. So even if we have an authoritative copy of Thomas, that could never become canon, ever, because of its association with Gnosticism and the universal agreement that it's from Gnosticism. So, um, so yeah, so it's yeah, so um, so we don't have any oral tradition saying it's scripture. We don't have any textual traditions that says it's scripture. In fact, anything we've got on Thomas has deprecated it as being a Gnostic gospel. So it would never achieve canon, ever. And frankly, you would need universal agreement from the apostolic sees for something to be regarded as canon, and that just never happened. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. 1 Samuel 16:12. What's reddish mean? Okay, well, let's look at that. 1 Samuel 16:12. Ah, okay. This is where Samuel said to Jesse, verse 11, "Are these all your children?" This is when the king among the sons of Jesse is being selected. And he said, "There remains yet the youngest, and behold, he is tending the sheep." Then Samuel said to Jesse, "Send and bring him, for we will not sit down until he comes here." So he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy, and this is the reddish, with beautiful eyes and a handsome appearance. And the Lord said, "Arise, anoint him, for this is he." Okay, what does ruddy or reddish means? It means he's got a red complexion. Essentially a dark tan complexion. He's been out in the sun. Dude's been outdoors. Okay? So this is what this means is he's got a farmer's tan. Dude's got a farmer's tan because he's out there a lot. Because he's a shepherd. He's a shepherd, and that's what he does is he goes out into the pastures, tends the sheep in the hot, hot sun. So So anyway, I hope that answers the question. Very much appreciated. I'll take this follow up here from Tim Yar. I think he isn't talking about the Gospel of Thomas. I think he means what if we found an actual gospel written by Thomas or any other disciple? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's just because it was written by a disciple doesn't mean it's scripture. We know that, for example, Paul wrote 2 other letters to the Corinthians. Legitimate letters. I mean, the fact is we've got the 2 letters we've got were the nice letters. We found, I mean, the other 2 letters to the Corinthians were apparently, very spicy. Very spicy. High on the curry levels. Okay? So let's say, for example, we found the other 2 letters to the Corinthians written by the hand of Paul. Does that make them scripture? The answer is no. Because, again, the thing about canonicity is it needs universal recognition of the apostolic sees. So even if we have a legitimate new work of Paul, and we can prove it's Paul, doesn't mean it gets into scripture. It'd be interesting, but because it hasn't been vetted by the apostolic sees as being scripture through the auspices of the Holy Spirit, it can never be scripture. So that's one of the things about canonicity is it needs universal assent from the Church Universal, and or at least pluralistic assent. So even if we found the I think it's what's called Corinthians we call it 1st and 2nd Corinthians, but it's really 2nd and 4th Corinthians that we have. Okay? That's what we have is 2nd and 4th Corinthians. We don't have the original 1st and 3rd Corinthians. And I'm sort of glad it's lost to history. Really glad they're lost to history. Because, boy, I mean, it would be kind of juicy to read that, but I heard as it was said, those were very spicy letters. So so it doesn't matter if it's from an apostle or not. Apostleship is just only one component to this. Okay, yeah, if it's from an apostle, yeah, you got to step in for it to be scripture, but it also needs the assent of the Church Universal too. Tim Miara, what if the Pope and all the Orthodox patriarchs and D.A. Carson come together and say, this is legit? Well, I think he'd be very surprised, but yeah, that's a set of circumstances that I don't think would ever happen. Although there isn't anything that's particularly would prevent this. Look, if it meets all the rules of canonicity, it could be included. Okay, canon's not closed. That's one of the things I think we needed to be very careful of. Canon isn't closed. It's just very highly unlikely that anything will meet the criteria of canon. If we find a legitimate document by an apostle, that we can prove it's by an apostle, and you get the buy-in of all 5 apostolic sees, and it's consistent with the Old Testament in its entirety, yeah, it could still be included in canon. That's a possibility. We can't exclude that. But that's the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the Apocrypha doesn't meet the Old Testament canon. Because it's been excluded already. Yeah, Slamoran says, if Paul wrote a laundry list, it wouldn't be scripture. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because it's not consistent with the spirit of the Old Testament, so... There is an interesting section of the Book of Revelation where John's told to stop writing. You know, Christ says something, and the apostle is told to stop writing because it has yet to be revealed. Whatever Christ says would be canon. So we might get more Bible after the return of Christ. That's very possible. Very likely. But as we have it today, no. There's not likely to be more because the threshold to meet that is so high. So, okay. Moving on here. First Samuel 18:23. Is there something special about the king's son-in-law above what we don't know? First Samuel 18:23. Uh, 22. And Saul commanded his servants, speak to David secretly, saying, behold, the king delights in you, and all his servants love you. Therefore, become the king's son-in-law. So Saul's servants spoke these words to David, but David said, is it trivial in your sight to become the king's son-in-law, since I am a poor man and lightly esteemed? Okay, yes, there is something special about becoming the king's son-in-law. The fact is, it puts you in line for a ministerial post. The king's ministers, is basically his government, were made up of people that were directly blood related or related through marriage. Okay? So what David is saying here is don't have the experience to be a minister of the crown. So that's really what's going on here, is that David is just saying, I'm not ready yet. So, but yeah, there was something special about being the son-in-law of a king. It lined you up for a ministerial post, and you'd become part of Saul's government. So, Timiara, you are royal family now. Yeah, exactly. I can trust you to do the will of the king because you're married to my daughter. That's exactly how it worked. Tyru, not a bad gig. I suppose so. All right, the next one here. 1 Samuel 19:13, household idol. Okay, for Samuel 19. I think this is talking about teraphim. Not mistaken here. Yeah, okay. And it reads, and Michal took the household idol, right? This is teraphim. Yep, this is teraphim. And laid it on the bed and put quilts of goat's hair at its head and covered it with clothes. Okay. What's a teraphim? How do I say this nicely? How do I say this PG-13? Okay. This is what ancient people used for corn. Okay? Some of these have been found in Israel. Mama says those special that are teraphim, those special items that are very attractive. Yes, they were very attractive and they had very exaggerated attributes. Okay? Very exaggerated attributes. And that's all I'm going to say about this. When Rachel stole Laban's idols, she stole his corn collection. Michal had her own corn collection. So, that's the significance of the teraphim. Okay? So, do with that what you will. Okay. Yes, Jack Ray, I am saying corn. Not with a P. But you get my meaning. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. Nope, humanity has not changed one bit in 2,000 years. Not one bit. All right, next one. That one off for the moment. All right, next one here is from Sentinel Apologetics. Hey, Rob, how's it going? For $10 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Blessings, David. Williamson, in his 2025 TOTC Exodus, says, quote, the use of an I am who I am in the book of is in the book of the Heavenly Cow, a polemic theology of Egyptians in response to the tenet of Hebrew. Good grief. Jeez. No, it doesn't say that. This was something that was propagated by I'll say this, wackos. This was propagated by wackos. I can name basically the predecessors of the conscious community were circulating this in the in the 1930s. No, the Book of the Heavenly Cow does not say I am who I am. Oh, the Book of the Heavenly Cow is a Ptolemaic text to Hathor. What it is. It's not quite how that syntax works. Yeah, I know he mentioned Currid on this, but Currid got it from one of those lunatics ones. Which let me look up the fringe guys here. Second. Silent. Where's my fringe stuff? The problem with Currid, yeah, guys like Graves, freaking Gandhi, Kuhn, Kuhn, Massey, these are the guys that sort of propagated this stuff. It's really based on a bad translation. But it was very, very, it resonated with a lot of people. And just it was one of those ideas that tickled a lot of people's ears. Like guys, as I said, guys like Massey really promoted this idea. But if you looked at the text itself, the text doesn't say that. It's not even structured in that way. The grammar can't work as I am who I am. But it was an early translation of it that got picked up, as I said, by from guys like Kuhn and Massey, and then popularized. And just so bad. It's just so bad. And unfortunately, guys like Currid didn't go back and translate it himself. Frankly, I'm not even sure Currid could read Egyptian. A lot of these guys doing biblical commentaries can't read Egyptian, and I think that's really unfortunate. And Ptolemaic Egyptian's very tricky anyway, so it's like ugh. Yeah. So, and Currid has gotten a lot of things wrong when it comes to the Egyptian source material. This is I've always repeated this. It's easier to do book work on the Bible once you're an Egyptologist than to be a biblical studies guy and do work in Egyptology, because the two cultures are just so different. But at least you can fit if you learned Hebrew and you've studied the scriptures for a while, you have a good idea of context and that sort of thing. But man, it takes a long time to learn Egyptian. You know, you can learn the fundamentals of Hebrew in 2 years. 2 years, you know, and then 1 year for language, 1 year for exegesis, and you've got Hebrew. Egyptian takes 4 years of constant study to learn, and it's just one of those things that I really wish biblical exegetes, when they do these commentaries, would consult Egyptologists, and they never do. They never do this.
We do.
Yeah. And it annoys me. It annoys me that these Bible scholars don't ever consult the subject matter experts. I mean, look, what would it cost? What would it cost Williamson to ask an Egyptologist who reads the text? You know, just it's
Yeah, Mama. And it doesn't even.
it doesn't even have to be a Christian Egyptologist. Just consult an Egyptologist.
Somebody who knows
Yeah, somebody who just knows the language.
There are
Mama says, I always assumed they did. Sigh. You know what? Everyone assumes that these guys are consulting Egyptologists. What they're actually doing is saying, oh, it's just pictures. I can figure it out myself. It's like reading emojis. You can't run hieroglyphs through Google Translate. It doesn't work.
but
It's just like, I mean, it's one of the things that bothers me sometimes about guys like Walton. You know, there's times he does some good stuff, but wow. Or Rensburg. Rensburg, another one who does this. You know, Rensburg knows that he needs Egyptologists. Does he do it? Heck no. I think Rensburg has improved a little bit, but here, Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Here's an idea that would sell us hotcakes. Write a book on all the misuse of Egyptology, even in good commentaries by TOTC. Oh, wow. That would take me forever. It would just take me forever. It would be fun, but it would still take forever. Warrior the Most High, I feel like Sentinel didn't expect a rant. Well, it's a rant because I keep seeing it. That's why it's a rant. I see it everywhere. You know, these biblical studies guys. I mean, Currid was a serial Palestinian archaeologist. He has no Egyptian qualifications. None. And people are treating his work like it's gospel truth. It's like I pull my hair out because it's just like it's like fighting the tide. Every time I'm still on almost a monthly basis, you know, fighting the whole issue of oh, the gods of the plagues are polemic against the gods of Egypt. No, they're not. That was an idea come up with by Currid. Good. Sentinel Apologetics follows up for $5 Australian. Whenever my eye catches something in this area, I want David's rant. Thank you. I don't need to burst an artery. Okay. Let's move on. Okay, Paul for $19.99. Thank you for that generous super chat. He goes, I would like to sponsor a question. You pick. Have we got one? Oh, I've got one if you don't. It goes back to 8:40, though. It's just sort of going to take me a while to get there. Okay, 8. Where do I see that now? Okay. Warrior the Most High. Says, hypothetically speaking, and this is a hypothetical, so we don't... Can a Nephilim, if they are not demons, be saved through Christ's sacrifice? Yes. Hypothetically, Nephilim can be saved through Christ's sacrifice. That is possible. Because they're not demons, they're men. So if they are men, they can be saved. That is entirely possible. There's nothing saying that an Nephilim cannot be saved. Just like it's possible. I mean, if there is such a thing as second chance theory, and if some Nephilim decide to follow after their father's religion, if they're the true religion, as opposed to the ancestor cult, yeah, absolutely, that's possible. Although we do know that the wickedness of that age was really widespread. So I wouldn't count on many Nephilim being saved, but it's possible that they could be. So absolutely, I think that's really I think that's possible. I can't see anything against them being saved, other than that they were following maybe the ancestor cult. If they were following the ancestor cult, then no. Okay. So, thank you very much for sponsoring that question, Paul. We really appreciate it. I'll get Robertson first. 20 Swedish kroners was Sermon of the Mount in Mark 39 about reparation. I'm not sure what you mean here. I don't know. There's no. You're gonna need a supply of verse for that, because there's no Mark 39. You'd have to be more specific about that. That's not specific enough that I can figure out what you're talking about here. So sorry about that. All right. If you put that in, we could talk about that. All right, I'm just going to take a couple-minute break here, and I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Well, that makes more sense. Let's get back here on screen. Got my cup of coffee here. Okay, Matthew 5:37. That would make a lot more sense. All right, so Matthew. Matthew 5. Okay. Reparation. But let your statement be yes, yes, or no, no, and anything beyond this is of evil. Okay. It's talking about oaths. That's what this is talking about. If there's anything other than what you mean other than oaths, it's not talking about reparation here, as far as I can tell. The context begins here at verse 33. Again, you have heard that the ancients were told, "You shall not make false vows, but shall fulfill your vows to the Lord." But I say to you, make no oath at all, either by heaven, for it is by the throne of God, or by earth, for it is the footstool of his feet, or by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Nor shall you make oath by your head, for you cannot make one hair white or black, but let your statement be yes, yes, or no, no, and anything beyond these is evil. Okay, so you're going on here. So that first part is about oaths. You've heard it say, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I said to you, do not resist who is evil, but whoever slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him and the other also. And anyone who wants to sue you, take your shirt and let him have your coat also. And whoever shall force you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. Give him whoever to him ask, and do not turn away from him who wants to borrow from you. You have heard it said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy, but I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Okay, there's no indication here of reparation. I don't know what you. Again, that does not seem to be part of the text here. 37 going on to the end of 37. It's about vows. From 38 to 41st is talking about the Lex Talionis. So I just don't see this as being a reparation text. So I don't know where you're getting that from. But that's what it's talking about here, is the Lex Talionis, is the eye for eye, tooth for a tooth. Basically the reciprocity of vengeance. So, and again, I don't think that's. Okay, so he says, I heard like the sue part in the cheek indicates a person has done something wrong. No, that's just an indication of insult. That's just an insult. So no, I don't think there's any indication here that this has to do with reparation at all. So it's just it's basically the countercultural advice of loving your enemy, essentially. So that's what I think is going on there. All right, that's about the best we can do with that. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Mr. Okay, 1 Samuel 19:20-24. What's important about prophesying? All right, back to 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel 19:20-24. Then Saul sent messengers to David, but when they saw the company of the prophets prophesying, with Samuel standing and presiding over them, the Spirit of the God came upon the messengers of Saul, and they also prophesied. And when it was told to Saul, he sent other messengers, and they also prophesied. So Saul sent his messengers again the third time. They also prophesied. And then he himself went to Ramah and came as far as the large well that is in Siku, and he asked and said, Where are Samuel and David? And behold, someone said, Behold, they are at Naioth in Ramah. And when he proceeded from Naioth in Ramah, and the Spirit of God came upon him also, and he went along prophesying continually until he came to Naioth in Ramah. And he also stripped off his clothes, and he too prophesied before Samuel, and lay down naked all that day and all that night. Therefore, they say, is Saul also among the prophets? Okay. Prophesying is one of those things that could have been done by lots of people. Now, this is a mass prophesying event, which is pretty unusual. But the whole idea here is that prophesying was to generally make things clear, and it did require a level of say, contact with the divine. So basically, Saul sends his retainers to meet Samuel and David, but they end up prophesying because that's the influence that Samuel is having over them, and God is having over them. Until he himself finally goes and he ends up prophesying. So I wouldn't ascribe too much significance to this, other than to say that prophesying was a thing that people did back then. And again, when they prophesied, they would be, some of them would be enter into the throne room of God himself, or be exposed to angels, and experience phenomena that would cause them to understand things with new clarity. So that's probably the importance here, is that his retainers are understanding what's going on beyond what their sort of civil service role would have been as Saul's retainers. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. First Samuel 20, verse 30. 20, verse 30. Then Saul's anger burned against Jonathan, and he said to him, "You son of a perverse, rebellious woman, do I not know that you are choosing the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the shame of your mother's nakedness?" Okay. Saul is basically here just reminding Jonathan that his mother's nakedness is basically Saul's conjugal relationship with his mother. So basically the shame of being a king's son. So he's saying to Jonathan, you're throwing your lot behind David. Just remember whose son you really are. Okay? That's what he's saying here. Is anytime you see the nakedness here of the father or the mother here, it's a reminder of who's your daddy. Who's your daddy? So that's what's going on here, is that Saul is reminding Jonathan of who's your daddy? It's Saul, me. Yeah, so that's what's going on there. And it's really nothing more than that. And then 1 Samuel 21:4. Samuel 21 verse 4. And the priest answered David and said, "There is no ordinary bread on hand, but there is consecrated bread, if only the young men have kept themselves from women." Okay. This is something that, and the young men here are Naharim. Basically, his young troops. Now, it was customary in that day and age, when among Israelite soldiers, to refrain from women. Okay, this was a common practice. We see this even among, say, Uriah the Hittite. He refrains from having relationships with Bathsheba because he's still on duty. So, part of this is the fact that there is a this is consecrated bread, so it can only be eaten by someone who's holy. Which, in Israel, if you had marital relations, then you would have had to have done ritual bathing too. Okay? In order to eat something that's consecrated. So, there's a double something going on here. It's first of all, it's the idea that that soldiers, young soldiers, are supposed to be abstinent. Okay? This is just when they're out in the field. Not when they're home, but when they're on the field. And when they're on duty, active duty, they are supposed to be celibate. But if you haven't been celibate, you need to ritually bathe. And there's no facility for that out on the field. So, that would require bathing from ritually pure vessels, which would not have been available in this particular case. So, so that's sort of what's going on here. And I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. And back to the super chats. Other ones. Okay, Sentinel Apologetics for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Which parallels the verb to be? The Egyptian cognate root is ya in raise. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. The verb to be is in Egyptian is not ya. It's not ya. It's when. No. 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 In raise attic, I am that I am. Yawi yami. No. No. This is the earliest attested extra biblical use of the divine epithet. No. No. They. Oh. It's not Egyptian. Well, okay. First of all, it's not even something you don't have in Egyptian. You would need an independent clause to begin with. You need an independent clause to begin with, and so you need the I independent pronoun to begin with, and then you would need the verb. But then you would need a clause to come after it. A relative clause. Okay. A construct clause is what you'd need. This is not it. This is so not it. Jeez. No. It's like so not how Egyptian works. The copular verb in Egyptian is not ya. It's like no, no, no. Oh, brother. Good grief. Gandalf the Based, he mentioned the extra biblical use of the epithet. Yeah, extra biblical, yeah, but not in Egyptian. Do we have any examples out there? I know Kennedy thinks there's. Yeah, Kennedy though thinks that it's in the Solib inscriptions, and he's wrong about that. At least he doesn't have proof for that. He only has proof. I mean, he's got the Shasu of Yahoo. Okay, that's what he has, but we don't know what Yahoo is, and the text of the Solib inscriptions isn't clear what it is. It could be an epithet. It could be a name. It could be a deity. It could be a tribal progenitor. We just don't know. So, ay. I mean, if that's what we're basing things on is the word of Titus Kennedy, that's like, oh my gosh, horrible, horrible. You guys just love torturing me, don't you? Speaking of which, we got Milo's next. Oh, I've been looking forward to this question all night as soon as I saw this. He goes, regarding the incredible Mr. Brian Young, what are your thoughts of his quote work? Apologies for any headaches you may have suffered during the review. I'm not even done. I mean, I'm only 2/3 the way through. I don't even know what to say. I mean, Brian Young is grotesquely incompetent. I'm just flat. How is that guy allowed to send to distribute teaching materials to homeschoolers? Okay.
There's a lot of.
Let me raise my notes here. It's taking me a moment here to open my notes. All right. We'll bring you guys up to speed in a moment here on this. I just have to find my notes. No, I've got my notes somewhere here. There it is. Okay. Basically, Brian Young is he's a creationist. He is the director of Creation Instruction Association and the Boneyard Creation Museum, which looks more like a garbage dump than it looks like a museum. It's in some industrial park, and he's got no credentials, as far as I can tell. He has no training or education in archaeology, Egyptology, or ancient Near Eastern studies. He says some stuff that's just crazy wrong. I mean, not just wrong, but crazy wrong. Like, for example, he thinks that hieroglyphic got lost with the conquest of Alexander the Great in 332 BC. And that's just so ridiculously wrong. It's not even funny. Because there's ample evidence that in the Ptolemaic period, which is after Alexander the Great, people can still continue using hieroglyphs. In fact, they continued using hieroglyphs until the 5th century AD. But it just that's sort of the tip of the iceberg. It just gets worse. One of the things he said is that I could not believe he said was that there is no evidence for the third intermediate period. No evidence for the third intermediate period. Okay. Just that alone was dingbat crazy. Okay? We've got a ton of evidence for the third intermediate period. We've got the silver caskets of the burials of 8 kings from Tanis from the third intermediate period. Several complete silver caskets, gold masks. We've got the biblical evidence, like for example, Shoshank, Osorkon the Fourth is mentioned in the biblical texts. He's third intermediate period. Shishak, which is Shishak the First, is mentioned in the scriptures too. He's third intermediate period. Taharka is mentioned. He's also third intermediate period. 25th dynasty. So the guy doesn't even believe the Bible on this. He thinks he could just cut out the third intermediate period and compress the chronology by 250 years. It doesn't work that way. We've got dozens of statues from Karnak, from third intermediate kings. We've got the Bubastite portal, this huge wall on the side of Karnak temple that dates to Shishak the First. I mean, it's just so crazy bad. We got the Stela of Apres. Hophra, who's also tested in the Bible, and this Stela was recently discovered in 2024. The dude is so pig ignorant. He keeps recycling the dingbat theories of David Downs, such as the Bar Yusef. That was named during the Islamic period. It has nothing to do with Joseph. No, it's just absolutely wacko jacko. I mean, the idea that anybody takes this guy seriously doesn't know anything at all about archaeology or Egyptian history. Yeah, he asserts these things as absolute fact, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, oh my gosh. Yeah, he believes the Islamic dogma that Pharaoh was killed in the Red Sea. Yeah, he does that too. It just, oh my gosh. He believes that the 12th dynasty started around 1650 BC, which is, okay, but how are you going to reconcile that with Neferhotep I being absolutely dateable to the Dynasty 13 and the 18th century? It's just, you can't reconcile that. It's just, oh my gosh. Oh, his fallacy of oh my gosh, his incredulity fallacy, where he says, he says at one point that, Egypt had to be ruled by more than one king. 1,000 miles, ruled by only one king. I can't imagine that's possible. Therefore, it's not. Well, that would come as quite a surprise to Charles III, who's right now king of England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and 14 Commonwealth realms. One king can't rule all that. It's gotta be 18 kings, because there's 18 kingdoms, right? But, this guy says, oh, there's 2 kingdoms, therefore there's 2 kings. No, that's not how this works. It is just so bad. The dude confuses genealogy and ethnography. He doesn't understand. I mean, oh my gosh. Like, Yeah, Mama's comment says it makes sense to him, so it should be good enough for everyone else. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not the way truth works. I mean, the idea, like he makes this statement that Menes was Noah's grandson. Like, huh? Menes was not the first king of Egypt. Not by a long stretch. You have an entire dynasty before him. You have all those Dynasty 3 king, Dynasty 0 Nagata 3 kings. Like, oh yeah, I mean, they always make that claim. If you disagree with them, it's because you've been deceived by secularists. They always poison the well. It's always about poisoning the well.
Yeah. Usually they say then you disagree with them.
I mean, okay, the guy's not a specialist. I don't expect him to get all the pronunciations correct. But look it up. Please. Consult a subject matter expert before you start pronouncing Avaris Avaris. Or Meidum as medium. It's so awful. Oh boy. I mean, he even uses he even mistakes, say, the Greek translation of Egyptian names as if they're possibly 2 kings. Like, at one point he's going to say that the king was either Senwosret or Usertasen. Those are not 2 separate kings. One is just a bad translation of the other. Usertasen is a bad translation of Senwosret. Before we knew better. I mean, he quotes a source that's over 100 years old. Like, his quote of breasted is 109 years old. Like, really? You couldn't find a more recent source? No, it's just so bad. So bad. He ascribes the division of the gnomes of Egypt to Joseph. gnomes have been in Egypt well before the beginning of the Old Kingdom. You know, just my gosh, just he suggests that um that the people, the Semites that are portrayed in the new tomb of Khnumhotep II are Israelites, when there's no evidence that they are Israelites. Um, because at the time when that picture was done, the chariot had not even been introduced yet to Egypt. So, and moreover, we know why those people came to Egypt, which was to mine minerals. So that doesn't even fit with the Israelite narrative at all. He uses the Ptolemaic propaganda from Aswan to prove a 7-year famine happened during the reign of King Zoser. What does that have to do with Joseph living in the 12th dynasty? I don't know. He doesn't explain it. He uses the stupidity of David Roll's work and the 12 pillars thing. Mama says he actually admitted to Milo that he doesn't like reading. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Color me shocked. Shocked! Not that shocked.
The correct.
Well, the correct response to that is if you don't like reading, you shouldn't be teaching. Yes, and it just goes on and on and on and on. I mean, it's after midnight, but this one is
They will finish.
yeah. Okay, so Milo, I hope that answered your question. He's probably asking me, how do you really feel about that, Dr. Falk? Don't hold. You're holding back on us, aren't you?
Yep.
Yep. 18 Ministries. Don't get all worked up, Doc. You're supposed to be vacationing. It's been a night of rants. It's been a night of rants. Okay, let's I think that is actually the last of we've already taken Sentinels, so that's the last of the super chats. So you made her weak. Maybe her autumn. uh, you know, how do these people worm their way into um yeah, how did he get into a position where his materials were being used to teach homeschoolers? I don't get it. No, he doesn't have just the one video. Yeah. So what other poison is he teaching? The guy should be nowhere near a classroom. So it's crazy. I'm sorry, but it's crazy that homeschoolers can't find better. Is it just laziness? Is it just that they aren't willing to look further afield? I don't know. Is it because yeah, Yeah, it's just... Oh my gosh. Mama says, I think it has something to do with anti-establishment as well as anti-higher education.
Yeah.
Yeah. Milo says, apparently he teaches all around the United States, but his base is where I live. La Camera says, well, to be fair, he's not near a classroom. That's actually not true. Actually not true. What he's doing is he's providing educational materials for classrooms. Okay. So he's providing educational materials for homeschoolers. That's part of his, quote, ministry, is that he's doing all these videos that are being distributed to classrooms. And apparently he is making some live appearances at classrooms too, probably Zoom meetings. He's making his living doing this. Oh, he was in the classroom. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I just can't pronounce your name. Milo says, no, he was in the classroom. Okay, so he was in the classroom. I also know he does material distribution as well. So, okay. Well, that settles that. He was in the classroom. Yikes. Mama says he teaches all the time. Milo says, yeah, he was in the classroom in person showing his slideshow that he uses in the video. Well, that ends that discussion. So, yes, people are letting him in the classroom. Wow. Wow, I'm gobsmacked. Gobsmacked. Gandalf the Base. Homeschooling can be a good thing, especially where the public school has failed. I agree. But wolves are taking advantage of so many foolish people. And I agree with that too. Look, I think in many respects, homeschooling is a lost opportunity. A homeschool child can develop a superb intellect if it's done right. Elizabeth the First, by the time she was 8, I think it was, she could speak 5 languages and read Virgil in Latin. I mean, okay, like that's some serious education. That's some serious education that you can take an 8-year-old and teach her Latin. So, I mean, she could speak, of course, English, French, German, Latin, and Greek. I mean, if you can teach an 8-year-old girl that, I'm not saying calling girls in that into question. It was just very unusual to teach a girl to that extent. But the fact that it's possible to teach a child 5 not so easy languages to the point where they're reading high literature, then yeah, this is an unexploited resource. We should be able to teach our children to that degree. Mama says, I got some serious stares when I called into question what he was teaching with the other mums, but we have planted a seed. Well, that's good. Praise the Lord for that. Milo, she says, but praise the Lord, the ladies who set up the class are doing backpedaling and research because of my influence. Awesome! Hold them to account. Hold them to account. Yeah, as Gandalf said, it depends on how it's done. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think homeschool can be incredibly effective, incredibly effective. But it's one of those things where effort in equals result out. If you're lazy, if you're stupid, if you're foolish, you're going to produce educational results that end up looking lazy, ignorant, and foolish.
And that's not homeschool.
Yeah, public.
I mean, that's grads. we saw so many.
Yeah.
Trinity. Out of it.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah.
not so much out of it.
A lot of them were spuds. Well, I mean, universities all across Europe used to matriculate students as young as 10. You know, matriculate students young as 10. So, you know, if we don't do the work to educate well, somebody else is gonna. And they're not gonna do it so well. You know? Mama says, parents make all the difference. My mom was always doing her best for me, and I am becoming that for mine. Awesome. It's good to hear. It's really good to hear. Gandalf Base says, by the way, I'm not saying stupid like I hate the kid. No, we're not saying that. I mean, he was educational stunted doing poor education. And I've seen that result too. It was really sad and I felt for him. Look, I've seen both results come out of homeschooling. I've seen the result where they're basically better than better than public school educated. I've seen results where they are, say, stunted in their development too. I've seen both. So, and we're not talking socially stunted here. We're talking educationally stunted. I knew one guy who worked in IT. He had been homeschooled, but really what was more was he was pulled out of school. And his parents didn't really teach him. And he couldn't do basic fundamental math. So, and he was working in IT. So that was kind of scary right there. On the other hand, I've seen people who have been homeschooled that, you know, it's equivalent to a Catholic private school curriculum where the education level is very high. Yeah, as Mrs. Producer just said, the only problem with Catholic education is they're more interested in making Catholics than making Christians. But as far as the quality of their education, it's very good. Very good. Rigorous.
Milo,
Yeah. Yeah. So no. No, but we do wish homeschoolers, especially those involved with a co-op situation, would get a little more serious oversight as to how the quality of the education. Now, I get this resistance sometimes, not just from homeschool parents, but from, say, Bible colleges. When we talk about things such as academic oversight and accreditation, get the same objection, which is, why are we going to let an outsider who doesn't believe in the Bible, you know, say what we have to, you know, teach? That's not how quality control works. quality control in education says that if you produce, whatever you teach it in a way that's effectively delivered. And it doesn't matter if you're a homeschool, if you're a Bible college, or a major institution like a major university. The whole thing about accreditation and quality control is that they don't tell you what to teach. They just look at, is your methods effective in delivering that teaching? So, yeah.
So you get lots.
Yeah, I mean, accreditors only and quality control specialists only care about how you're delivering the content, not what content you're delivering. Yeah. Well, some of them look at standardized testing. This is how they found out, for example, that the California school system was absolutely failing on reading competency. And they found this out for years when they went to that whole language learning garbage, that students couldn't read. They were coming out of K through 12, and they couldn't read. They were just using tricks to pretend to simulate reading. Yeah, well, there's that too. So, it's one of those things that I think that we do need to pay a lot more attention to quality control in our education. And quality control is something that's voluntary. Okay? It can be something that, for example, homeschoolers can do this. Yeah. Find a successful homeschool group somewhere else. One that's had high ratings on standardized testing. And then bring them in to advise your methods, to evaluate your methods. That's peer review. Funny how that works. Because effective teachers know why their teaching works. They don't guess at good teaching. They know why it works. So if you've got somebody who can effectively teach, then you've already got a leg up as to somebody who can help you diagnose why you're not getting the same results. I want to thank Jack Ray here, who just gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much, Jack, for supporting the channel in this way. We really, really appreciate it. Well, that's good to hear. Mama says, and this will probably be our final comment of the night. Got great news at my public school kids' school. They have dropped whole language learning entirely and are doing all phonics. Awesome. Phonics works. It's more difficult to teach, but it works. Mm-hmm. What question is that? 11:52. All right, but this has got to be the last question. Mrs. Producer wants this question answered. This will be our last question of the night because I'm tired and it's time for me to go to bed. Zero Cool says, as an Egyptology master student and Catholic, what advice do you have, since most academia isn't religious? Keep your religion to yourself in the academy. All right, you're free to express your religion once you leave the academy. All right. Don't proselytize while you're on the school grounds. Yeah, it's good idea not to proselytize anyway, but
answer questions.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things where keep your faith to yourself, keep it private until you got your degrees in hand. There's no reason to flash it out there, and you're just gonna rub people the wrong way. This is one of the things that happened when I was at the University of Toronto. A certain master's or sorry, PhD student decided to get all religious on all the students out there. And you might know who he is. It's Petrovich. And he yeah, that was subtle, yeah. And boy, did he rub the professors the wrong way. He rubbed the professors and the students the wrong way. But he was going to assert his religious ideas on everybody else. So, Petra, I'm late. Okay, so that would be my advice. Is pick a first of all, pick programs that are and not necessarily pro-religious, but neutral. Okay? You want to pick a program that is religiously neutral. So that's what I would advise you. If you can, pick a program at programs at university that don't care about religion, aren't in favor of it, don't care about it. That was one of the great things about the University of Liverpool. The faculty there weren't religious, and they didn't care. They weren't anti-religious either.
Big
yeah. But there are faculties in
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Milo said here, like a kind of I'm here to learn, not to preach type of thing. Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what the approach you want to take.
And
like
the right is what?
Yeah. For example, the faculty at Liverpool, non-religious. They don't care. They don't care one way or the other. Manchester, however, they care. They're very anti-religious. So I'd stay away from Manchester. Stay away from Manchester. Pick schools that are more like Liverpool that just don't care. And if you pick, say, a program where they don't care, you just keep it to yourself and you'll be fine. Yeah. Gandalf the Base says, I appreciate that you give this advice. I want to teach at the undergrad level at the Old Testament, and none of my professors will tell me how to even become a professor at all. Well, it's really tough these days to become a professor. Very, very tough. The market is saturated, and it's very, very difficult to do. So, I can give you limited advice, but it's very, very difficult these days. And it's not merit-based. Yeah. Yeah. It's an unfortunate thing, but a lot of this is not on hiring decisions are no longer made on merit anymore. A lot of them are just made on quotas. Okay? So you're gonna encounter that too.
The exception.
Yeah. You'd have to be very, very exceptional. Publish widely, publish frequently, publish till your fingers bleed. Gandalf Base, that's fair enough, but that's still more of an answer than what I have gotten so far. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically a who you know game. It's a who you know game and whose boxes you tick. So, just keep that in mind. You gotta tick a certain number of boxes. So, if you can't tick the boxes, you're not gonna get in.
Also,
Well, conferences are definitely helpful. Yeah, yeah. Go to ETS. He cannot become a member of ETS though. He can still go there though. Yeah, yeah. You don't have to be a member, but it just costs you a little more. Yeah. By the way, ETS is in just a couple of weeks, so ETS starts on the 17th. So we'll be going out there and we'll be bringing you back lots of information on what happened there. So that should be very interesting. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, we're going to wrap it up here. We want to thank everyone who joined us tonight, who gave generously through their super chats. We really appreciate that. It does help us keep going here, especially as YouTube makes it much more difficult for us. We also want to thank those who support us through PayPal. We really appreciate those donations because for the most part they're tax-free, and we really appreciate that. Furthermore, we want to thank our Patreon and YouTube supporters, and if you just want to support us to help keep the equipment running and to just, have a low deduction way to support us, Patreon and YouTube are excellent ways to do so. That's the memberships. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos. Hit that like and subscribe, and distribute the URLs to other social media platforms. You guys get the message out. That said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could join us. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible.